Welcome to today's edition of Mario Maker 1 All-Stars, our ongoing effort to record whatever we can of Mario Maker 1 before the shutdown of Wii U and 3DS servers in just over 2 months' time. 61 days remain. This is going to be our second day looking at levels by Exonym, who was, from very early on, a bit of a technical researcher and mastermind in Maker 1, and also made some pretty interesting contributions in Maker 2. The last few levels that we played have been full of track stacking in various configurations. We did in fact finish Searing Riptide in the previous stream. We don't have a flag or a star in it because we actually encountered a disconnection which knocked out both the stream and a Wii U, but we did come back and manage to at least clear the entirety of the level. So we do have it on video, but we haven't gone back to re-clear it for the flag or anything like that. It was rather hard-earned. But we are going to continue today with Miscreation, which is a level from mid-2016. And we can see already a couple of these offset muncher stacks that totally don't work in Maker 2, and which are also kind of reminiscent of the Munch Trees level that's Calvic made for 1YMM, I believe. But we'll see how this looks. And this would predate that perhaps because it's within the first year of the game, but you know, there were a lot of different bunch of stacking ideas going on, and we'll see how this one looks when we play the level. Miscreation. Oh, you see spikes all over the place. And yeah, it is a jumping thwomp stack. And so we'll just need to be careful with our positioning here and not jump unless it actually is necessary. It looks like there's going to be some back and forth if you look at this. I think that's likely what's going to happen. You know, oh, I see, because it's left and right depending on boot direction. Yes, that's what it is. And we should have kept that in mind before we went too far in that direction, because yeah, the stack is on top of a single boot. We didn't actually get a very clear view of it later on in the level, but you could see from the opening shot here that is the case. Since it's on a single boot, we do need to retain our position, and notice too that we need to be careful with these hows kind of bouncing up instead of becoming offset. That looks like it might have been not a safety cone. Everything's going to be one segment here, it seems so. Then, oh, it's telling me to redirect, and probably because if you go well to the left in this zone, maybe there's an additional coin. You know, we can just try it this way, yes. So all 4 coins are in fact accounted for, and we just need to make sure that we get back onto the right side before we get booted into the left side wall. So yeah, we actually just need to repeat exactly what we did. But we're going to just grab this coin first, grab the other 3, and then go back for the key door. So, can be done in a linear fashion if you want to describe it that way. But yeah, we need to have a bit of a taste for risk of going after this jump here, but yeah, it'll work just fine. Then we do need to make that jump up slightly off as we try to estimate where the destination is going to be. Very well placed obstacle there in terms of having just the right amount of risk. In either direction. Anyway, let's not slip again. We sort of have to adjust to a jump timing that feels a little bit different in Maker 1 than it does in 2. I still to this day don't quite know if it's just a difference in the controllers or in the engine itself. But I've said from the very start of this latest series of looks at Maker 1 that a lot of my totally normal run-of-the-mill regular jumps have felt a little bit sluggish. We've been spilling off totally trivial edges much more often than I would like. because we're going to try to make something happen here. And then... yeah. Okay, that's good. A little more accurate this time, and then we'll see if there's anything in the second segment. Checkpoint, and looks like it is Ivysaur, or... what's the pre-evolved form of Ivysaur? This is Ivysaur, right? I don't know my Pokemon. It's the grass one. It's the second tier form of the grass starter. I think that's only just one shot at the mystery mushroom, but we'll verify. Yeah, I mean, that's how power-ups work, we know that, but occasionally I don't quite trust my game knowledge when it comes to switching between 1 and 2, so let's just grab Ivysaur over here and we'll wait for this next bit. I suppose it fits the plants in the theme in its own little way. And we've got more munch stacks over here. Yeah, this is actually very reminiscent of the Kavik Munch Trees level, although that one had some very different muncher setups. And so we just get ready to run. Too soon. Okay, no, I didn't actually see how long the run was going to be. I assumed it was going to be the maximum extent, but it's not going to be that complicated. Nope. Losing the hit buffer here is going to be a bit of an issue. I do like that it's giving you a mystery mushroom rather than a standard mushroom for the extra hit protection, just because then it doesn't obstruct your headroom too much. And yeah, in that event, there's no one-way panel to fall through there, so we just have to be very quick about it, or of course take 1 point of damage if we're able to at that point. Let's just wait. And then, whoops, nope, that's a spill. Yeah, the way that the powers just kind of peak above momentarily does throw me off a little bit. But we just need to be extra careful in this next portion. So, let's try it again. We go, yeah. Need to be really, really crisp about short jumps all over, which, as we've seen, has been a bit of a problem with us in Mega 1, just not really hitting a lot of those edge jumps. Keeping it minimal. There is a gap that we technically can fall through if we take damage, so long as we're in the middle section, but... oh. Yeah, we didn't make use of that. There are 2 gaps to fall through, actually, so you are allowed 2 tries here if you are in that situation, but as you can see, far too much airtime. We need to anticipate that entire sequence slightly. The last possible moment. Or again, just whoops, nope. Not miss all our jumps. Really watch the cycle timing as we try to learn the pattern for this one. Yeah, the way the load-in works here, it does synchronize both munchers, which is important. Okay, let's try to find a better entry timing. There we go. Much, much better. Then we'll do a little jump at the end there just to make sure. Nope. I guess we needed to build up a little bit of a dash there. And if we scroll back and forth there, it should have a particular synchronization with the thwomps in that section. Let's try this again, slowly. And you just need to predict the timing for the first one a little bit, I think. Okay, that worked well. Now we just need to be careful with this. just in time. And let's build up a bit more momentum just to get a good sideways jump. Okay, good. And it was a mystery mushroom right after that too, so we could have just taken the damage boost perhaps, but let's freeze to booze a little bit. Mystery mushrooms on either side. And then I think we just hit using Koopa Shell. And we'll just stay up here until we hear some sign of contact being made down below. Yeah, I can't really even see Junior here and whether he's eliminating any shells or... Now he can hit the hard blocks as well. By the looks of it, if that's... Oh. Let's get up here. Oh, forgot that there was no more mushroom there. Well, that was a silly way to go. Yeah, I forgot we had accidentally touched a mushroom and expended it already. That's okay, we're getting steadily a little better at this. If not by much. And then, oh, no, it doesn't give you a safe landing. You do need to take the hit if you fall. No, we actually need to be careful with everything else that remains. Although we will get a mushroom at the end of this sequence if we dodge the thwomps. There we go. Let's try this one again. We know that we should just stay out of view and grab the Koopas where possible. There's going to be a little bit of randomness to Junior's movement, but just try to stay alive and not directly under the shell. The power-ups are going to be relatively generous. That's in shell form right now, so that shell hit was a little bit useless. I mean, we can tell from up here whether it's just a slow bounce from Junior or whether he's shelling around. There we go. And that gets us through checkpoint 2. Yep, that's just a bit of a rhythm challenge on that one. That's something we can deal with. Are we just going up to that upper door? Oh, whoops. I think I totally misread this sequence. Nice full jumps. And let's see what lies ahead. Yeah, there's a pipe up there. Doesn't seem like we can get there yet. Oh, I see. No, we're supposed to... This is... Yeah, no, this was just survival until we waited for the platform to load. I didn't realize that until we saw the platform come over, and by then we were ready to slip up. So, should be pretty simple to get back to that, though, without too much trouble. Yeah, it's actually just pure survival here, back and forth, until the platform becomes available. Then we ride it up to the pipe. Whoops. You would think it's just a simple back and forth that you just need to do consistently. I don't know why we're slipping up on that. But, alas, that's the way it's going to go. Need to stay nice and high with each of these jumps and then ride it out. And I guess we do have to stop the Goombas in the middle of each... Oh, nope. That would have been fine. We just needed to take damage and remain on a muncher, but I think it was something that threw me off slightly. Dying to some of the theoretically easy things here along the way. Now let's keep going. Yeah, easy enough to get back there at least. This is fairly simple. Probably just need full momentum for this. And that is easily resolved. And then we have boss time again. Let's avoid the hammers and hit the shells whenever possible. And yeah, that's going to move around just a bit. It's going to eradicate the shells. Oh, that caught me out of position. Okay, he's going to break some things. Problem is that we don't want to get too far here. We do want to get him back into junior form. But yeah, if you scroll too far, he tries to catch up to you, and so kind of... Oh. Hits you. Oh. There we go, and finally a hit. Yeah, there's just no scrolling back and forth, because of course there's no scroll stop in Mega 1 that... we keep too much of a distance. Junior does everything he can to try to catch up, and we get ourselves into all kinds of trouble. Oh, and he's also throwing shells, that's why, okay. Well, I mean, those shells hit him back, and we're probably fine. That probably actually did happen already at least once, which is why we're going to get out of here without any further difficulties. Alright then, let's continue. Spike top transmission. And this is a rather suspicious looking face in the thumbnail. But we'll see what this concept is all about. And yeah, it'll be some kind of spike top contraption riding. We've seen a couple of variants on this vehicle and several of the levels that we've been playing from various makers along the way. This is one thing that I think is specific to Maker 1, though, because of the way that the POWs actually stay on board, whereas I think generally POWs stacked on enemies work quite a bit differently in Maker 2. Okay, this does stay afloat, good. That's something that we probably should have noted about the previous level as well, because the way that momentum is actually kind of conserved. We should not have done this. That was a bad idea. I don't know why I thought we would do it, in spite of the fact that we actually did make it through the parts of the drop where dodging was in fact relevant, which was perhaps a surprisingly successful feat for something that was clearly the wrong idea. And yeah, the pipe drop here gets you in precisely the right place at the right time, and then we'll just continue this way. And we'll just ride it up. We'll ride everything up, and yeah, off screen for a moment, but we'll be okay. Just need to line up on either side and then make the jump before... does that... Okay, no, I wasn't sure if that was going to dip too low. I didn't quite see what was going on, but I guess there is to turn around that at a one-way panel. We can totally lock ourselves this way, or maybe that's climbable, but I would doubt it. I mean, we can always see in the level banner, the thing we now call more info in Maker 2. We're really curious about that afterwards. Whether you can, in fact, just climb the ramparts for an alternate route that dodges the entire central mechanic of the level, but I would assume not. Now, let's just jump right over and stand in the middle. No, I think we just need to jump. Yeah, it does reverse there at the one-way panel, but we just need to jump. I wasn't quite clear on this, because I thought we would get hit just like that, but we really had to see that in action. Anyway, down we go. We'll just continue forward this way. And ride it off camera as before. Hug right. Yeah, it's just a jump. And then that gets you over to checkpoint. Plus a mushroom check. And yeah, there's a spring that just kind of gets the setup into position immediately. So it's well timed with the door entry. It's just a little rhythm challenge here. Now. Oh, that's very neat. Using the P-switch activation as a time to climb just to get the wall in position. I guess theoretically we could have, you know, hit the pound advance and just totally busted out the level, but now what happens? Ah, okay. Trapped under one-way panel, that works. I guess we do need to lower the thwomp manually in order to climb in time. And there'll be something else here that we'll have to walk over in just a moment, and we'll fly our way over by positioning the thwomp. No. Yeah, we have to watch that back and forth pretty carefully. We're probably just stay to the left. I mean, it's a brand new pattern that we haven't really experienced before, so that's just something we have to watch carefully. Yeah, it totally looks like you can sneak under the POWs. That would maybe throw off the timing slightly, because it would just go over a shorter POW stack perhaps, but still make it over the ledge. At least that's how I'm reading it. But yeah, we'll stand over here, just make sure the thwomp is lowered in time. And then over here, again, we'll just hang left on this first one. We just weren't clear at all on how we were going to perform against this little bit of back and forth spike position. Yeah, no, you just stay on that side. Yeah. Just kind of lost visibility on how far that was going to go. We should keep the movement boundary of the POWs in mind by watching the springs on the large thwomp down below, perhaps, to sort of get a relative estimate of where the bounds are going to be on the left and right. So let's keep walking. Lower this and continue. We'll just keep going this way. Yeah, again, the POWs kind of go slightly over because the spike top's center position is going to follow where the springs are going to be located. if you do jump, just need to make sure we get back into position. And it's not really that difficult. Just need to have a good sense of what to look for and what's going on. Once again, Spring gets everything in the right position and direction immediately. Wasn't expecting the pattern to be that rapid, and so we find ourselves taking an SD. A self-destruct. In that position. It's kind of necessary to make sure the player doesn't have the flexibility to take damage with this concept, just because too many things are potentially breakable that way. I guess, yeah, now we follow this down, now that I have the opportunity to get on that POW. Then, once again, we just sort of hug left, and then the conveyor belts are going to send us up a little faster than before, but it's essentially the same idea as what we previously experienced. Of course, just, you know, watching out for the camera from time to time, because that was definitely a bit of a thrill going up that column to the left, and subsequently dying on the right. You do need to be rather slick about this. Particularly because you don't really have a great deal of visibility on the spring layout down below the first time you see that. Again, we will let the Thwomp lead, Spike Top lead rather. That gives us a pretty comfortable location to jump over, as long as we don't overshoot quite so casually. But that's okay, we can continue from there. And just shake our way over. Yeah, definitely. One thing that we... Oh, no, that's a problem. We needed to jump on a donut block. We knew that the previous attempts. I was just about to say something else completely, and that was maybe a bit of an excessive self-distraction. Self-destruction by self-distraction. That is the Mario Maker way. Oops. Anyway, let's continue. Alright, let's bounce a little bit and then head down. Whoops. Almost blew that, but we just need to, whoops, spill right over. I knew something was coming up top because we'd seen it before. The last time we came up that column, I just slightly overcompensated and spilled right off the edge, but it is a rather quick sequence there. Not a great deal of time to react. But we know it's coming. And we'll get it. Bounce around a little bit and then down. Okay, now we'll just stay on. Stay on this thrill ride, and then, yeah, you really do have to anticipate that corner. Or just try to jump it, perhaps, and fall down. Yeah, but definitely, it seems like we're changing direction just a little too slowly on the way down there. Just thinking that we can adhere to the same pattern as we had going up, but evidently not. Alright, let's continue. And yeah, it's a fast belt, whereas it's just single speed on the left side. And then, okay, we're starting to navigate. That's just that we can't really be laggard around a change in direction. It pays to be quick. And tap back and forth. And let's continue. Go ahead down. Oh, no, hang on. Let's wait. Nearly flubbed it again there, but we'll be fine. Yeah, now time for the single speed obstacle, and then double speed over here. Easier to visualize on the way up than the way down for whatever reason, when it comes to how much of that movement you need to anticipate. I don't know exactly why that is. I'm looking at this carefully, trying to figure that out. But it does feel much more relaxed on the way up. Let's continue. And there we go, that's the flag. Even claimed it right at top, where it says wonderful, or does now anyway. That is for Spike Top Transmission. Let's take a look at Scout the Redoubt. Now, it seems like there's a series of levels here that are re-uploads that were all made in late June 2016. The originals, whenever they were made, whatever they were, we don't really know about because they no longer exist in our profile, so all of these will be new to us in what is apparently their finished form. So, let's take a look. And let's scout the redoubt. Speaking of scouting the redoubt, yeah, I guess if you climbed up the entryway in this level over the left side wall that we noticed on our way in, that's what gets you to the thumbnail image. And of course, you're not going to continue there unless, of course, you jump all the way back to the left. Where perhaps, is that a pipe? Yeah, I guess maybe that is survivable. Who knows? We're not going to try it. Scout the redoubt. Looking at diagonal checkpoint flag flapping in the wind. We have no idea what we'll miss in the second game. This reminds me of so many anti-soft locks in control levels, but on the other hand, it is actually just a standard obstacle to get out of the way before the moles come in and squish you. Bumpers were introduced pretty late in Maker 1, so we know that the original for this level didn't have been too far off the final upload date that we see here. Yeah, we want to give ourselves just a little bit of room, maybe a bit more room than that. Seems like some of our spring jumps are feeling a little bit sluggish as well. So, we'll try to adjust accordingly as we bounce off the walls. Yeah, and if it looks like we just kind of missed the opportunity, we'll come back down. Still not great. It seems like I don't think it's height that we need because we are bonking the ceiling. We do need a bit more horizontal momentum though going into that. That's probably the issue that we're running into here. That thwomp mole stack in the first section. I wonder if that works anymore. And yeah, we might even want to go lower for that one, is what I'm suspecting. Because the ceiling head bump has been a bit of an issue there. There we go. Then we're going to have something come here and hit the P-switch. Oh, it's a chomp. I was trying to remember who was it who built the chomp escort for YMO. I don't think that was Exonym's level. Exonym did something thwomp related, if I recall. But basically we need to release the chomp. And then have it bounce over and hit the switch, and then that's a semi-solid up here, so we can just go up immediately. And get the Diddy form, and then the P-switch shouldn't affect anything anytime soon, I don't think. There is, however, a boot. This is kind of a light puzzle progression room, I suppose, where you can float the thwomp over. And we can, of course, reload this at any time if we want to redo it and see it some other way. Because, yeah, if the thwomp is that far over, it's going to hit when you pass through it anyway. So maybe it's... Oh, no, it goes back and forth. That's right. Now, do we actually want to grab the boot? Because it seems you'll have the thwomp come down. And we want something to kick the bomb over to the left side to break this open. Thank you so much for the follow. So it looks like we need something to kind of spring over there and displace the bomb. And let's see. This is an interaction that perhaps I don't know. Let's actually come over here. And regardless, the thwomp is just going to hit up there. However, it can be sent down here. And then perhaps you just get it to float past this point because it'll be up against this one panel, and then you get it to maybe do a push or something on the side. Yeah, actually, if the thwomp is going to do a push, and then maybe that's enough to displace the bomb. I don't really know yet, because we don't know what the boot is for currently. The boot isn't going to get out of here, though, unless we just take it. So let's just lead the thwomp over. Yeah, not clear to me what we want to boot for, but let's get the thwomp down part by part, stack by stack, float it over this way and have it wind up under the one-way panel as its reset position, and then we can float it over this way and perhaps get it to bounce. So, but then wouldn't it just bounce back? No, it does a push, okay. Then we would need the thwomp to float over this way to crush the bomb. There we go. And of course we don't want the thwomp to come over to this gap, but we do want to ride it out with the boot. And now that it's taught you that the boot, of course, does not kill the thwomps the way it does in Super Mario Advance 4, just continue jumping. And look at that, we've upgraded from Diddy to Donkey. Then we just stagger everything on the way down and get them to crush some clouds. Love the jump sound on Donkey Kong over here, but we were obviously supposed to ride that up, so let's try to reset through this pipe. I'm pretty sure it's just going to be a reset pipe, as we can see. Yeah, we don't want the thwomp to hit. What we do want is we want to shield, and then get the thwomp down, and then not miss. Well, so much for Donkey Kong. Yeah, jump off, and then catch. Limited opportunity to do that, but I think we just lower the thwomp as soon as we can. There's plenty of room to jump off of the skull as a result. Then you got thwomps lowering donuts over here. Do we race them down? I guess we do, except we don't bonk our head at the end. And then that will get access to the door. Nope, hang on, let's round a corner. Nope, bonking our head in anticipation of that. Let's redo. A little bit late. Yeah, we actually do kind of want to run over. Nope. Tripping on a corner once again. Let's wait for the donuts to respawn. And totally not time out on this segment if we avoid it. Yeah, rounding the corners at the appropriate time is difficult. That needed a short hop, actually, in order to make it up there before we run into issues. I was trying to jump on it and hold up, but we missed. We actually jumped a little bit far ahead that time, I think. No jump up top, let's just... Nope, not bonk our heads. This is surprisingly tricky. Something that's easily visualized. And then we try not to get hit by the wiggler here. And then we try to land on a stump over here. And then... Now it's telling me to stay down. Why would we? Oh, because... Yeah, Why is it telling me to stay down? Maybe because we can raise the Buzzy, or... I mean, it's going to pass by regardless. Not exactly sure what is signaling there by pointing downwards. Whether it's that we stay on the Buzzy in order to raise it, or that we want to keep our heads down for whatever reason. Not clear on that at all. Oh yes, this is just going to be the donut once again. Maybe Donkey Kong will have slightly better luck. Nope, not so much. Okay. Thing about Donkey Kong is that, given his animations, he even feels as sluggish as we feel, just trying to jump around and make this. Yeah, we shouldn't jump off the top, we should just slip off the top. Once we activate, just to minimize the time we spend trying to catch this. Nope. We're actually slightly early. It's a pretty limited timing window. It's actually quite tough to catch that. There's just no headroom to jump towards it, so... There we go. Okay. Nope. That's gonna stick us. Well, I mean, we could have come off the thwomp and continued if we had used our remaining invincibility frames well enough, but... evidently that time that was not the case, so... down we go again. Step by step. here we have the fight with the donuts once again. Nintentium, welcome. Hope you've been well. Hey, first try that time. Remarkable, whoops. Yeah, it's a wiggler pattern, just taking its time here. We had no trouble with this the first time we saw it. There we go. Then, there was something on the top left there too. So I suppose it's telling me to stay down so we can get up here, perhaps? I somehow doubt it. Okay, and we stay under. That's interesting, actually. As long as we don't get hammered. As long as we don't get hammered. Yeah, it would be nice to lead him over a little bit, but if we could just get across, so we can actually shell him. Lead him further. Nope, come on. We're kind of at the mercy of Junior's bounce pattern here. I don't know if he has enough room to jump over an additional spot, but we do need to get him over in order to get in position to get to the shell. I don't want to take a damage boost yet since we're only at 1 hit currently. Oh. Well, speaking of what I said, we lean him over as far as possible this way, and then... Oh, nope. Didn't expect him to follow us with a shell form that soon. Still have to get used to Junior's movements. Here. I don't have a good memory of just how drastically it had changed in Maker 2, because we just see so much less of Junior in Maker 2. Given that a lot of his role has been displaced by Boom Boom. Unless you specifically need something like the hammer. Or displaced by the Koopalings for that matter, just because of all the flexibility they provide when it comes to boss setups and projectiles. So, as we discovered in one of the previous levels that we played today, that Junior does chase you in a shell form pretty aggressively, and that's something that we need to be aware of. Yeah, it's just telling me to go down. Oh, I see what the arrows are for. It's just if you're riding really high, then perhaps it's telling you do this, and maybe we can... Oh, no, come on. Want to displace? We can. Oh, didn't want to step on top of that, but there we go. We'll just try to lead him all the way over to this corner so he can wake up. Facing this way. Gonna drop some hammers on us, maybe? Nope, not that side. That was bad. I kind of assumed for some reason that he would continue to throw his hammers in the first direction as I switched over. Again, that's just a game knowledge issue from just not having seen enough Junior hammer fights in far too long. I just assumed that, you know, you'd bait him into chucking out one side and you'd have a safe passage on the other, but evidently not the case, and we'll just need to adjust around all of that again. Now we just jump a little bit later towards the donut block, and that does resolve that problem somewhat at least. Nope, oh, it just slipped right off. We've been having a lot of that today, unfortunately. And honestly, every day that we've been playing Make 2. And almost sane, welcome. If I pronounce your name correctly, I had to double check myself sometimes. Okay, now let's get back over here. And over. Bang, welcome. Hope the Super World progress has been going well for you. Anyway, let's fire this. Big thwomp just standing there threateningly. Okay, now let's try not to land on top of the spiny shell this time. We're actually going to get ahead of the Buzzy this time, which is unusual. Okay, we'll lock him in this position again. we'll get out before he starts checking. Nope. Oh, that's not gonna go. Yeah, that's the thing about Junior, is that he gets into shell form so quickly. It's okay. Same strategy as before, we just need to watch our positioning so we don't keep too much of a distance from him. So if we keep him over here, for instance, then we can bop him, and we just float the swamps and then jump over, presumably. You know, if we hit the shell forward and back, we could technically wear it. I feel like I shouldn't try it, though. After all the work it took to get here. But it did seem like a possibility, and then a couple of entities left over, rather, and then that gets us out to the flag. Thank you, buddy GG. Lots more to go. I'm expecting from some of the clear rates ahead of us that we'll probably just be wrapping up Exonym today, but, you know, depending on how well we do, we'll see how much time we have. Here's a Breach the Bulwark. And this is another one in this series of remasters and re-uploads from June 2016. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, I guess we can hit that, but we would need a little bit of assistance to head over, perhaps? Probably did need a Cheap Sheeps. Yeah. Oh well. Oh no, no we don't. Well, I mean, it looks like we can carry the string from here, and we can't. Would have been worth considering the Cheap Sheeps, but we'll go here instead, and it looks like, so far, that it's just something surprisingly benign and traditional, but we'll see how things develop as we get into a pipe that had a very suspicious dry bones over it, and, you know, why don't we just do this? And just not hit the obstacles. That seemed to work out rather well, actually. And kind of feel like that bit in Raiders of the Lost Ark where Indiana Jones just pulls a gun on a swordsman with that little up throw there. That seems to be exactly what happened. We probably don't want to hit that with a shell. Let's spin jump over it. And that seems like a continuation to me, although there is that P door back there previously. I wonder if we do need to backtrack to it. This bit reminds me of that Ren spike top level that we played not long ago. Although, again, much easier to spot in some ways. Whoop, nope. Set that at the wrong time. That's okay, we're not too far off checkpoint, have we? Do you have any concerns about that? Those vines look like they lead absolutely nowhere. Whoop. That piranha plant, on the other hand, was perhaps a bit of an issue. And unfortunately, we won't have an up throw or a throw of any sort available to us this time. But we'll have a checkpoint. Bat Cage, welcome. And let's head on down. Yeah, you do kind of need to lean off-center off the stumps a little bit to trigger the next one. That was something that took me a moment to adjust around. Mushroom. Great, and then now we can proceed to lose it. And more spinning. And we just need to trust the camera here, I suppose. Then, there we are. Alright, what's Junior doing to me this time? We've seen a couple of Junior fights in this series of re-uploads. Hey, look at that hit. That was shockingly good in terms of guessing his window of vulnerability. Or we can just... Oh, no, he's got wings. Alright. Guess we're not just dropping him. Let him drop himself. And that's the goal. Yeah, it seems like it might have been re-uploaded fairly early on, but we don't really know. I mean, this is definitely, from a technical perspective, one of the safer levels we've seen in quite some time on this list, after just stack after stack of stacking levels and other such contrivances. That went relatively smoothly. And thank you once again for the GG. Stump Slump. And looks like Junior is back for more. Been seeing a lot of him today. Oh, Chibi Robo. Oh, no, this is not Chibi Robo, this is Rob. What am I talking about? This is obviously Rob. But there is a Chibi Robo, right? Like, I'm not misremembering, but this is definitely just a good old Rob accessory from the 1980s who made a comeback in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. And he's gonna go up some steps. And then we'll just take it down over here. And I guess the delay here was just to make sure that nothing interfered with the initial positioning here. Of course, we're just going to bop our heads on the ceiling, and so much for Rob. Always try to get as much mileage as we can out of some of the Mystery Mushroom animations. Oh, this chomp was inconsistent. Yeah, that's the problem with chomp setup levels in general. Just sometimes the initial camera RNG from coming in causes some problems. Thank you so much for the sub, Batcage. Much appreciated. And let's get on from here. Hope my alerts are working today too. I think they are. Alright, so much for Rob, but we will try to catch this with a bottom pass over here. Oh, bad idea. Yeah, you kind of need to, because you need to go left to right, roughly following the arrows. Just... yeah, probably just catch that pattern again as both blocks are coming up. And once again, this was clearly supposed to be complete destruction, but chomp setups can be very finicky that way. I basically sat on a chomp stump level in Maker 2 that I mostly finished but never uploaded because there were just too many issues with getting the chomps to die in the appropriate places that I never fully debugged, so definitely an issue I sympathize with. One could always just upload it anyway, I suppose, but let's go up this way, and you know, the arrows are appreciated here, given the camera issues with Maker 1 sometimes when ascending. And we'll hit checkpoint, as well as the Rob. And yeah, Batcage can't tune in as much as you'd like. Well, I mean, you know, I keep the VODs around all the time, and you can have the proper ad-free experience with them now, so... appreciate the support very much, even if you can't always make it live. I know I run at really poor times for people, so that is understandable. Well, no, you know, that was totally, that wasn't quite safe because the track or rather the platform actually does go all the way to the top there, so it shouldn't be too complacent. We should be able to make it out of most of this without too many problems, I hope. So, let's just not get trapped in this one this time. Whoa, it's actually kind of tricky. Yeah, no. I was thinking, okay, we have to catch these when they're not too high, but then that was maybe overdoing it slightly. Now let's just remember, of course, that we have to go left. That's exactly the kind of checkpoint where, in some cases, by force of habit, I would just go right immediately and not realize for a while that I was going backwards. What other games do I like? There's a very long list. I play entirely too many games. But so my background is actually largely in strategy games. This week I've actually been playing a fair bit of the open beta test for Stormgate, which is the successor to the old Warcraft and Starcraft real-time strategy games by a lot of the developers who left Starcraft 2 as support was being cut off for it at Blizzard. And so that's been a big thing, even just within this week. I generally play a lot of side-scrollers, though, particularly things that have the non-linear Metroid structure, but sometimes to categorize as Metroidvania for what that's worth. We've shown off quite a bit of that before. Puzzle games especially, turn-based tactics, all things that we've explored both on and off the stream. So yeah, Stormgate's been really interesting. I mean, you know, it's a very early beta, so they've only had a few things to show, but it's kind of like playing StarCraft on Warcraft-style maps, with the gold mines and creep camps and so on, but with StarCraft-style armies. And so it's a very interesting balance. And also one that very clearly learned a lot of lessons from how things like cooperative modes were designed in StarCraft 2. Okay, we need a bit more of a run to catch this stuff here, I think. Yeah, we need to just run it and catch it. Probably would have been worth it to just back up through the blaster column and trust the timing. Yeah, I wish I had more time to play a lot of larger scale turn-based strategy. I spent a lot of time streaming Fire Emblem last year. And I used to play a lot more of 4X games like Civilization, but again, I think those had to sort of fall by the wayside over the years because, you know, they're just incredibly time-consuming. Yeah, okay, so I don't know if that stump is actually within spawning range when you're in through the door. I think it isn't. I think it's slightly out, which means that the timing isn't necessarily going to be consistent depending on when we start scrolling, which means we have to watch out. But yeah, I'd say that Mario Maker has actually kind of been the main thing I've played since 2019. Since slightly before the release of 2, actually. Played a whole lot of Maker 1 just before 2 was announced. Last year, the main thing I played was Zelda. I streamed entirely too much of Zelda. Oh, we should probably just take a damage boost on this one. Here, unless there's a good reason not to, because we just don't have a lot of room to start a dash towards the stump at a timing that makes sense if it's not very well synchronized with the blaster column before it. And I'm pretty sure, as I was saying, that the stump spawns off camera, which... and this one's always a problem. Oh, whoops. Those platforms should be consistent though, which means that we'll just wait until both of them are coming up and we should be able to catch a pretty consistent timing with that. So... one's a little less worrisome. Whoop, let's back up a bit. Yeah, and then let's just catch some momentum over here and adjust for the drag of catching the power as it's going backwards. And whoops, bad place to take a hit, but... Oh, whoa, that was close. I want to stand like right along the edge here, actually. Just line up. And then... No, not nearly enough of a run. You kind of need to go back halfway over a bit. That is a bit of an awkward moment. I mean, I think we'll definitely take the damage boost if it's available, just to try to bypass that one, because unless there's a very good reason why we want to save it for whichever obstacle comes after it. That particular column is going to be a bit fussy. Again, caught the power on the pullback, and we just need to adjust accordingly. Whoops, no. Bad idea. I knew I was going to be slow that time because of the way we ran into the column up front. A crushing defeat. Let's keep going. Then we'll continue this way. Nope. That time was going to be a bit of a problem. We should have just ridden the power, I suppose, but you can never quite catch that at a consistent point of contact. Yeah, shorter jump here or just dash across, actually. We know that from experience. Let's keep going. Then we'll go forward this way. Nope. Yeah, that one's always a bit of a roll of the dice, it seems. And then, yeah, just a little bit late here. We should actually just dash straight across pretty much as soon as the left platform becomes available. Any later than that, and it does get a little bit tight. So we'll just monitor all the timings accordingly and continue from there. Okay, finally got momentum in the correct direction. Very convenient when it does that for you, and then yeah, dash across. Oh, maybe it actually is a consistent spawn. I'm just looking at this and thinking about how many tiles off screen it is. Whoops. Yeah. Because while we were here, I guess it's 3 tiles off screen. Maybe it is consistent. In which case, we don't care. We do care. Hang on. I only just realized as I got on top that it does, in fact, crush all the way. We didn't look at that carefully because it's the first time we've even made it up there, and so... I mean, having an extra point of damage would not have helped me in that location, since it was just, once again, a crushing blow, but this is always an issue. I felt a lot more comfortable this time, as long as we knew what to go for. Do I play any Halo Wars? No, I haven't. I know it's an RTS, but I don't really know about it, apart from the fact that it exists. Yeah, in spite of playing a lot of RTS, I have actually kind of lapsed from it a bit in recent years. I was playing a lot of StarCraft 2 pretty heavily, and watching it quite heavily, up until Mario Maker, and the Switch era in general just kind of took over a lot of my time. I played much less on PC in the last few years, with the Switch having been the main preoccupation, so that's just what happened. I mean, I've always been a big Nintendo player as well, so you kind of have to pick your battles year after year. So yeah, there's a lot that I am aware I haven't caught up on when it comes to things things going on in the RTS space. Age of Empires 4, for instance, seems to have really taken off, and that's something I should look at some point, but the other consideration, too, is that I'm currently on a fairly weak old computer, and so even when I do play on PC, I don't tend to stream it. I really just stream off the Switch. And that occasionally does affect decisions about what I'm playing at a given time, so... There we go. Made it across in Rob form, too. I guess we just drop whatever's stacked on a munchers, and it stumps, okay. And then as you scroll ahead, you have to deal with more spawns. Alright, that's fairly simple as a way of just dealing with some of the issues with the scrolling margin. I feel like this was designed around the expectation that you go a bit faster, but we'll take it this way. And let's see here. You just started playing? Oh, you're talking about AoE 4? I have to kind of track where we're in the conversation sometimes, but... Okay. Anyways, bike top stacks, that's something that we've seen as a bit of a repeated interest over a couple of the levels we played in this profile. And what are we dropping towards? Nothing, just a door. Oh, okay, just a fight. Yeah, we knew Junior was coming. We saw that earlier, and it's the same kind of setup that we saw in other previous fights, where we need to get Junior out of his rolling form and then hit a Koopa towards him at some point. That's the only way of damaging him, unless, of course, we just go down Stump this way and... Actually, why don't we just go down to Stump and hit him halfway? Yeah, that's much better. Well, until, of course, we run into issues like that. And get out of hammer range. And then, yeah, let's just watch the pattern here. And then just move around. And of course, we'll have to watch the skewer on our way out of here as well, towards the key door. And we'll just... Oh. Try to get him to bounce at a more convenient location, or take himself out? No, unfortunately not. Oh, yeah, because no, those are Junior shells. He won't do anything with that. But we can trap the shell over here, and that's rightfully convenient, so... Now let's not spill over the edge here. There is a bit of a drop we needed to be careful with, so we can't just run it. No, that's probably because that's for dispensing a shell as well. Getting rid of a shell, rather. But we made it. And that's another clear. Just only today starting to get the habit going of just using the Wii U gamepad to quickly start something and exit instead of just tapping around with the D-pad all the time, which was this ongoing Maker 2 habit I hadn't even thought about. Here's a shoe slam station. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the shoe slamming mechanic. I guess in 2016 this was still new to a lot of people. I think I hadn't really learned the boot slam and the kind of cloud effect until much later in the life of the game. And because I had been off Maker 1 for a couple of years before I really came back to it in a big way. But this is actually one of my favorite mechanics in Maker. And I think it's the last one that's going to hold the key. Very impressive the first time I saw it, for sure. And it's also a mechanic that wasn't present in any original Mario game, so... Nope, we need to kind of push it at the outer extremity, and then that's going to raise the P once we give it a bit of a stop. And yeah, it looks like the entry door would be the reset position for that. Can we send it up any further? I guess not really, but seems like we do need to send the POWs up as far as we can, though. Maybe we need to send them over in sequence. Hang on. Oh no, we just send them over one step at a time. Yeah. There we go. And then get it to stomp. Checkpoint. That's gonna get me through over here. I suppose, you know, if we took this back and jumped up over here, what did that give me? Absolutely nothing except a sound effect that acknowledges that we tried. Which is good enough. Oh wait, something here? Okay, no. I thought it was a blank space for a moment. No, nothing. Yeah, I was seeing this interaction with a stretch boost and pressing them until we get the one with the key. I haven't really seen that specific kind of crush interaction before, actually. That's pretty neat. We know that this is potentially sealing, so no. You can never quite tell because of the Maker 1 camera. Anyway, we'll lose this, and then we'll just grab another one, and I guess we have to send the boots over and cycle them through. Yeah. And then, down we go. So, yeah, we need to block the fire, perhaps. Yeah, we need to block it because it'll be a deflection. And then, that allows me to jump over, yes. That's right, except now we need to fire the second volley, and then use that to jump over here and totally miss. Can I sneak across this? Yes, I can. Let's build up some slightly better momentum this time until we stomp the munchers like that. And down we go. Yeah, that just gives you a reset for grabbing another big boost. Oh, no, okay. We need to block the shell. That's right. And then we block until we pass the survival timer. For the Potoboo to come all the way back down the track and ignite the bomb again on the left. Yeah, again, mid-2016, this boot stomp interaction must have been new to a lot of players. And having... Whoops, missed a stomp. Didn't jump high enough to get the stomp, actually. Yeah, having a level like this demonstrated very comprehensively is nice to see. Then, once again, let's just stand out of the way of the bomb here. And yeah, if he wants to take himself out at that point, that's his business. Mushroom check over here. And a boot check, that's what it's doing. Oh, poor thing. Stuck in a cage like that. Well, nothing we can do to help. Oh yeah, you would take damage if you try to pass here. That's what it's preventing, specifically. So we can't just take the stiletto back through the other side. Looks like we need to juggle this or something. Or not. Hang on, let's check this. Yeah, we need to deflect this somehow to maybe get it back here, unless we... Yeah, there we go. Wasn't exactly sure how that worked, to be honest, but... I was hoping that sending it... Yeah, we actually sent this a little too far to the left, I think, then. maybe we need to use the door to reset, because we gained enough height. Or would we? Go straight up? I guess we would need to maybe raise it. But we don't. Ah, there we go. Yeah, need to really have the cloud logic sometimes. Look at the note blocks over here. I don't know if they're telling me anything. Probably the column order, perhaps. Like middle, left, right, or something. Oh, yeah, no, you probably just have to unstack to a certain point. Or do you? Yeah, you need to unstack to a certain point, and then you just hit the POW, and then it keys in such a way that things drop accordingly, I suppose. But then the clouds also let you raise things, and I don't know how relevant that would be. Wait, no, we did this wrong. So, wait, let me think about this for a moment. Yeah, at some point we hit the POW, and it basically keys this in such a way that the blasters stack on top of each other the way that you want. So for example, if we left everything in place, wouldn't the stacks... Ah, okay, I see. Right, and then we basically want to open a passage all the way here to head over to the door on the right side, so we reset this in such a way that we have platforms that we can run into. Then I wonder what these symbols mean, because they don't actually match up to what you need in terms of the number of hits that you're going for. Where you need 2, 1, 3 remaining on the stacks, and we just need to redo it to set that up. But if you need 2, 1, 3, I wonder why this bit on the left is structured the way it is. 2, 1, 3. Then you just bop this. That should work. Maybe it's just telling you that you can unstack. Maybe that's all there is to... Oh! It's the Chicken Walker R-Wing from Star Fox 2 and Star Fox 0. Hold. Now that's neat. That's an interaction we haven't seen before. Yeah, because I guess the clown car displacement here allows you to constantly make contact with the spring underneath. I know the sound effect is probably annoying here, but you know, this is a unique enough interaction that we actually really didn't want to see it. Because yeah, it's constantly bouncing, so you can just do a rapid fire. Very cool. I wish we'd seen more of that, but that's a nice way to cap things off here. So yeah, that's a Chicken Walker R-Wing form introduced in Star Fox 2, which was not officially released until 2017. So technically its first official appearance would have been in Star Fox 0 in 2016. Unless there's another entry that included it that I'm forgetting about. I didn't know that the R-Wing was one of the costumes in the game, actually. Or maybe I'd just long forgotten, because we have nowhere near the full costume set here locally on the Wii U, so many of the costume effects have seemed completely fresh. But it's something that does make sense as the rapid fire costume. Yeah, very neat little interaction. I wish that were more common throughout. Maybe we'll see more of it in Shoe Slam 2. Definitely not finished with this mechanic. Yeah, because most of it was, you know, from somebody who's aware from previous experience of the boot mechanic here. Most of it was kind of like a tutorial / exploration of the boot mechanic in a very standard way, with both these main big boot and a stiletto, and then the ending just kind of hits you and got that amazing little displacement there. I wonder if anything similar works in Maker 2, but I suspect that it would be affected by the one-way panel changes, because basically you have all kinds of item interactions through one-way panels that are possible in Maker 1 but not 2, because one-way panel logic just works completely differently. So I wonder if something like that with clan card displacement would even work. It's worth considering, but I kind of suspect that the one-way panel change in Maker 2 precludes that. Worth testing, though. That's an amazing interaction. Never saw it before. Anyway, maybe we'll see more in Shoe Slam 2. See, this is why we're playing so much Maker 1, so we can see this kind of thing. Then we'll just jump this, and it shows you right away, in case you're new to this, that the muncher gets you what you want. Then here we just raise the POW in such a way that maybe we can sneak under and hit it. Yeah, we just kind of press. And then, okay, we need to hit it, but let's... There we go. Yeah, so mechanically a little bit more involved this time in terms of having to interact with the objects that you slam into in a time-sensitive manner. I guess here, once again, this is going to be raising the start the way we raised the spring in the previous level, but we do need to maybe slam repeatedly or just find a better position. Yeah, we do kind of need to slam repeatedly, I think. Yeah. There we go, and then, oh no, we need it in the clown car. Yeah, just bounce it over to clown car, and then... There we go. And then we can take the clown car afterwards if we raise ourselves this way. And it'll come up top. Then we can just cut through here with no issues. That'll crush the P, and then what do we want out of that? We needed to get rid of the munchers, perhaps. Or hit another... I think we need to reset this one. I didn't realize that was what was going on. Because we needed to unstack things slightly by one stump in order to not obstruct the POW. So let's try this one more time. Yeah, so we actually just unstacked this once. And then it should reset gracefully, as well as allow me to push through it. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, no, because it's P plus muncher in the middle, which is why the stack is going to work out. I think. Otherwise you need to peel either side. Okay, no. I see why we didn't notice that earlier, is because of the way that the munchers actually got compressed into each other, so it's actually one additional unstack on either extremity. I didn't understand that the first time because of the way the muncher stack actually was compressed. Which is, again, I think something that you probably can't make happen in quite the same way in Maker 2. So we're just going to slam this way then, and just kind of peel it like this. That's quite nice. I always like levels that have a bit of a construction puzzle mechanic. I've seen it a lot before with levels that involve things like inventive POW stacks, but not so much with stump stacks. Not that often. But I kind of like that freeform construction mechanic whenever it appears, and it's always satisfying to see. Now, can we actually slam this any further? We should be able to. Or maybe we missed the opportunity. Actually, no, we'll just ride this up and down and eventually get it up to a point where we might need to reset it. Yeah, we need to reset it. Maybe we just slam it in the middle and hit both as we go. Yeah, we just actually need to spam that and raise both sides. Pretty sure that's the intended solution. There we go. Owl plus shell. And we'll just reload the boot for the next section. Yeah, that's something that can send you up, but then we need to think about how we want to get something across to the note blocks. We can. Well, what we're doing is we're going to raise this, have it bounce on top, and then... Curious. We definitely needed to send it across, but it didn't seem like the thwomp was going to do it from this position. Oh, whoops. Let's go back and redo this. We might want to scroll ahead a little bit and see what else there is to interact with here. Muncher's over here. That's curious. Oh yeah, because basically we need a side spring to bump all of them. And perhaps that's how we're going to do things. So I wonder why it just stops in this position then. Because it's going to get loaded, and we definitely want it to go all the way over. But it's going to stop like that. And I don't see how to interact with it unless, of course, the note block spawns something that I need, in which case we would take a damage boost above the thwomp and then get bounced on top. No. Oh no, we dropped the boot on top and then it bounces to boot. Yeah, and then we have the boot available on the other side. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, we just dropped the boot on top of the thwomp and let it go. And it's not time sensitive. Once it's in position, this should just work. We drop the thwomp. We lower the boot on top. Everything works smoothly from that point on, assuming that this hits. There we go. Then this eradicates everything. And we proceed. Choose your weapon. We'll need to send one of these across, I'm sure. The idea is to send one across. And that's okay. We'll probably want to keep stiletto, but we don't actually know at this point. Nope, not like that. Time's going to be a bit of an issue here. We just need not to stand so close. Also not run into issues with the camera scroll. Oh, okay, we need down. And then we need to raise this without killing the thwomp. Yeah, that's why we need green boot on the left side. Because we don't want to stomp through the thwomp when we want to do that raising interaction. So we just kind of guessed correctly. And then we need to do the repeated slam. And then we need to compensate for the thwomp going up as well when it comes to gaining enough height to do the slam multiple times the way that we would like. We'll likely time out and repeat from checkpoint, but let's try to get it done smoothly. Nope, missed it. Yeah, because we do need the stiletto to punch through the blasters on the other side afterwards. Gotta wake up early, have a good one? Yeah, you too, Batcage. You have a good day. Okay, now we slam through this, and let's see how much there is left. Oh, too much. Yeah, this gives you a stiletto in this position, and we don't have enough time to finish over here. Potentially, we just need to push this back, so we... Yeah, we push this back far enough so we can raise him. Okay, then we raise him over here, and we'll time out. That's okay, we've basically solved everything to that point. We do need to execute well, though, when it comes to these repeated slams and the like. And then, that's going to spawn the shell and get me through. We basically know how the level's going to go from here, so let's just continue. And yeah, race this one. And then it's going to be boot drop on top of the thwomp. We'll wait until that's in position first, no need to rush it. Whoa, let's not get bounced back towards the thwomp. That was nearly disastrous, but thankfully not quite. Okay, this we know. Repeated slam. And then, yeah, the kind of kickback on the clown car is something that we also haven't really seen much of before as well. As far as something new with the boot mechanic goes. Yeah, this specific interaction I think is somewhat new to me, although, oh, we lost a boot. We could have continued, except we need to slam through the thwomp with the boots. And actually baiting it down like that is perfectly fine. We just need to have it come over. That's probably the easier way to do it instead of trying to go through it immediately. Whoops. Respawn to Blaster Gate, obviously. Yeah, because I'm sure we just need to kill the thwomp for the key. That makes by far the most sense. Thwomp plus clown car has always been a very versatile combination in some ways. In terms of offering something unique that you don't really see outside of Maker. Let's just do a multiple kick. Yeah, there we go. Let's just get him to slam. It's easiest that way. And just ride it up smoothly. And there's going to be a bit of a stiletto check here, unless of course you have some kind of damage boost. And then I see tracks. Oh, not yet. Okay. I wonder if we do in fact want to slam this. No, we don't, because we actually just need to raise this on the right side. So let's redo this. Yeah, there's going to be some kind of boxed-in section that we can anticipate up ahead. And then we'll just take this. I feel like we, at this point, needed the green boot to hit the POW, though, and I am correct. It's just that we despawned green boot too quickly to try it properly, but I think it's immediately clear what needs to be done. We do need to keep both boots alive, therefore. So we just kind of refresh them both from time to time and make sure we don't lose either. And we'll switch back to stiletto for the next section, although I'm sure there's going to be some kind of boot check if there's anything that has a strict requirement attached to it at this point, so. Need to work on our positioning, perhaps, or? Oh, no, we have the fire flower. Okay, I didn't even see this. Yeah. And you can fire the fire flower from inside the boot, so that's just going to take out the POW. I noticed very late that the fire flower was actually going to be a thing here. Now, interesting. Up and down, like there's going to be some kind of slam going on. It's probably that we need to ride the donut block down and then use the donut block's position to do some slamming. Yeah, we wrap around and then slam on the donut block. Can you actually manipulate your sideways direction when you go down? Yes, you can. Slightly. It looks like it's supposed to be something like that, but it doesn't quite seem that we can catch it. But yeah, you're supposed to hit the donut block when it's aligned with the POWs on that side there. That looks tricky. It is trying to tell me how to do it, though. Yeah, you're supposed to peel that off on the side. Seems like it's way out of position for that now. Nope, hang on. Accidental jumping it out. We've got 200 seconds to do this properly. Now, you do kind of need to descend towards it directly. That's clearly the implication, but we do need to hug the wall a little bit. I mean, I'm trying to hang left here and go down diagonal, but like down diagonal, I feel like we're not supposed to step on that, but hang on. Yeah, it doesn't quite look like you... Yeah, it looks like that's just barely out of range. Because maybe it is something like a full jump where... Or you reposition on top of it first, and then you slam. Whoops, that was an accidental squeeze of a trigger there. Yeah, maybe give it a little bit more height. Try to catch it. That is tricky. Hey, that actually worked. Well, pretty generous column for doing that. Luckily, it didn't get pinched. Anyway, so we're boxed in over here. Now just always some kind of time challenge to do with this. Oh, interesting. So what's going on over here? It's just dispensing tons of boots. Oh, interesting. Yeah, this is just showing off the mechanic that the level didn't realistically have time to use, I suppose. And we'll finish with the boot. Likewise with the previous level with that rapid fire in the finale. You just see a little bit of a tech demo at the very end of the level, which I guess is your reward for playing it. You know, your reward for playing the levels, that you get to see the unused tech demo that didn't seem to have much else attached to it. The recommendations here, by the way, down at the bottom: To Kill a Mecha Birdo by Pink Birdo and Nikki's Puzzling Pictures by Kavik. We've played them both already, and both spectacular. So we have been recognizing quite a bit as we go. Thank you for the GGs. Oh, we're going to give that one the boot. And continue with Spike Top Transmission 2. Sequel to the previous Spike Top Transmission, and how exactly that will work, we'll discover. How many do we have left? Just a few. Yeah, we previously recorded the 1YMM levels, so we're not going to redo it today necessarily, because I do have footage kicking around, but highly recommended that one as well. Spike Top Transmission 2. This time with skulls, with blue skulls. Just to nudge things into position so they don't need to make the jump by themselves. Seems like that's going to be one of the twists. There will be several, perhaps. And, oh, double stack, interesting. Looks like we need to hit one of the POWs if we can. Didn't expect that. I mean, in general, I didn't quite know what was going on there. Perhaps the POWs do eventually stack into a position that allows them to be hit, but I think in general we, play for survival until we understand what's going on. Again, I'm pretty sure that this kind of POW walk doesn't work in Maker 2. I'm not exactly certain when it comes to them stacked on top of the blob, so I think it's generally true of POWs on enemies in 2 that they don't move with the unit the way that you see here, from what I recall. Anyway, a spike column is going to bounce these around in a nice and deterministic fashion, and then we'll continue like so. Okay, that wasn't available to me anymore. I wonder what was going on with that. Oh, no, it's down below. We're supposed to go down towards it. Okay. Yeah, of course. This little wall cling over here. And we catch this one as it comes up, I suppose, and then we'll have the other one available down below as it walks. And it's going to walk on top. Nice little unstacking. Double interaction there. And down the P column we go. Nice use of the P column to just slow things down, actually, and to have a controlled drop. And then skewer timing is going to work perfectly. Get us up to checkpoint 2. And, ooh, interesting. A couple of new ideas here in terms of speed and position manipulation that we hadn't seen. I mean, you know, there was with the conveyor stack in the first of these levels, but then now we see the muncher track push that is just kind of timed perfectly to account for how the spike top is wrapping around a muncher as it's using it as a tile for walking. Definitely the kind of segment where you can tell that the track was just kind of laid out to figure out how the movement was going to work, and that certain pivots kind of had to be where they are in order to get the spike top to behave like so, without wrapping down to the bottom too much. Whoops. I mean, it actually does wrap to the bottom. I wonder how that goes, if I was reading that correctly. See, I'm playing the level, but at the same time I'm watching the setup too. Yeah, because look at the spike top wrapping around the muncher, but maintaining the thwomp and pow stack. That was something that kind of caught me by surprise, that the overlap would happen that way. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense with the muncher being in a tracks world, but muncher collision are just such a strange thing sometimes. In both games. Oh. Yeah, that's just going to be a little bit of a jump as you dip. Very interesting. Well, let's keep jumping. And yeah, do just need to sway back and forth, but not too far. Very easy to overshoot, not expecting the platform to lurch quite the way it does. Yeah, we'll complete that initial load-in, and then here's the ride. Anyway, let's ride this over. There we go. Now we see it coming. Yeah, that little wrap around the bottom of the muncher, that's a very neat little thing to see. Okay, and then now we have the muncher push that's going to come in, sneak in. Oh, that's not what I expected to happen. Jumping around a little too much as we were reacting to what was going on there. I thought that was a muncher push coming in, but it's actually a partial crush. And that's okay, that just means we get to enjoy this segment again. Yeah, very unusual movement on this that you just wouldn't see with any other platform survival mechanic. And yeah, we're going to have a little bit of bomb crushing here on that track now that I'm reading this properly. And then skulls once again to get everything positioned and timed accurately, and then... Oh. I mean, I expected that to be a bit of a ride, but then we have fast conveyors. that are coming at the end of that sequence as well. So, let's see the push. And continue. This way and that. So we'll wait for it to push over here, and then we'll make sure we stay forward. The timing is set up in such a way that you are kind of encouraged to do a little bit of back and forth movement there. You can't just park in the front, because occasionally that is going to come a little bit close to those grinders, while the middle and the back sections are being taken off the board. Yeah, there's a lot to the interactivity and layering here that we just don't really see in quite the same way in Maker 1, 2. Which is why I think the general feeling we've gotten from playing a lot of elaborate works in Maker 1 is that Maker 1 may have far fewer pieces, but you can squeeze quite a lot more out of them from everything we've seen. Nope. Again, not really accounting for momentum there. That's a bit of a tricky moment as you try to compensate for the skull. That's alright, we'll just get back in position and continue. Yeah, no, we know that we can actually stay on the platform up top there. And jumping obviously does get you into trouble because there isn't going to be a safe landing with that kind of timing if you're falling for that distance. So we'll just stay on and ride for the most part until you get to this bit here, which requires a jump. Then, this one as well. I feel like this spike top is just rolling around by cycling around a muncher like that. Okay. It's fairly simple, it's just that we need to do it consistently. And now we ride. Look at that backward movement on the spike top as well. I feel like we lost a lot of momentum here that we still kind of needed, but that's okay. We managed to grab the flag. Just by backing up a bit and regaining that left to right motion. And thank you for that, Ming. The fishy GG. I wonder if we'll have time to go through something like the old GDQ list. Just thinking about that based on the recommendation that we saw scrolling across just now. Icebound. Closest we could get to the ice team back then, at least. And it does seem like in the thumbnail image anyway, the tracks are trying to make these look like skiing slopes and such. With mountains in the back. I'm sure maybe the tracks will be functional in some way. If it's something like the avalanche that we saw in the previous level, that must have been from this set. I'm trying to recall because we saw, yeah, I think it was Flow by Night. That was the one that sort of had the avalanche setup with ice blocks on tracks. I wonder if it will be something similar here, but we'll see. I've been playing so many levels I occasionally have to remember which one is which, even if it's from the previous stream. Yeah, so it's going to be a P motion on top of the piranhas over here, where it's going to bounce. We didn't even stick around long enough to see that in the opening scene there, but here it is. Definitely a mechanic was seen repeatedly in Maker 2 as well. It was trying to get a jump there, and we just came out of that a bit late. And yeah, like I sort of expected, it's to descend, and then this gives you a preview of the P-bounce. We'll just ride it out whenever possible. In general, we'll just ride unless it's clear that we need to jump. Oops. Okay, so maybe we need to stand in the middle position or something, or just get pushed by the ice slide over there. Otherwise, it looks like the slopes are a little bit shallow today, and you can just get bumped by rocks whenever. Ride that over. Then, this we know we have trouble with. If you're just kind of aiming for the center position of the POW, then maybe you're okay. Checkpoint fly and the drop. Okay, POW drop. Oh, no, POW drop down here, obviously. Before we squish, and then what's this holding? Nothing. But we're just going to sneak below. And then have another POW ride coming up imminently. Love this little burner cycle here. No, we can't jump, obviously. We just need to walk across. I was trying to do a bit of an adjustment there by instinct, but that was obviously never going to be anything but trouble, so... Then, try this out once again. Let him do his business. And we'll just slide across when we can. Now this is not Maker 2's ice theme, so snow theme rather, so we slip on the ice but not on the POWs. Just need to kind of intuit that instead of expecting to slip and slide everywhere we go. There's something that thwomps don't have facial animation in Maker 1. That's a good point. I actually wasn't even thinking about that. That they don't look at you, they just growl the whole time and look very threatening. See, now I can't even remember. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, having thwomps in SMM1 at all was something that was original to Mario Maker, so it's not like we have an original game as a reference for that. But whoops. Again, I was trying to back up over there when I was just supposed to pull back. It seems like we're slipping a little far. Yeah, a lot of little things about Maker 1 that still catch me off guard. Like not being able to crouch Small Mario in certain styles, for instance. Okay, now we just ride this up. We've had a couple of these grinder rides on various kinds of platforms throughout the day. Oh, whoa, look at this. Chomps punching everywhere. That was neat. Of course, you did need to react accurately at the bottom, but... yeah, that was very unique. The chomp punching. It's almost too bad that was right before checkpoint, so we can't just see it over and over every time we respawn at checkpoint. That's the thing about playing the Exonym set so far, is that, you know, we occasionally see mechanics that must have been new at the time, but which we're very used to by now after years and years of Maker 1 and 2, but then every now and then they just throw something at you that's totally unique. Where just by exploring this possible space of interactions, there's something that people either didn't pick up on or which you can't do anymore. Oops, no. Don't know why I did that. I thought it wasn't under yet, and I could just kind of cut off a jump forward by going back. Yeah, we can afford to be a little riskier with this one, just to make sure we make it over. And down the slopes we go again. Very entity heavy, of course, with all the plants everywhere. Okay, that was fortunate. I wasn't expecting to slide that far, but we did, and we'll live with it. I'll bounce over here. And then up. After that, that's the flag. Yeah, I have to say my favorite thing in this one is by far the chomps punching you down that column right before checkpoint 2. But there's been some kind of highlight like that in just about every level we've seen here. So. 24-hour non-stop worldwide Mario Party. Something tells me that the 500-second limit has something to say about that. And take a bit of GG's. Let's keep going. Icebound 2, we'll see even more. And let's see what other unique interaction we'll see this time that comes out of nowhere. Yeah, same kind of introduction as... Not exactly the same layout, but certainly same concept. And this is very similar to what was going on with the chomps, but it brings back the rotational movement of the spike top reversal that we saw around the Muncher track 2 levels ago. Very similar to it anyway, with just taking advantage of how there's no unstacking from the spike top wraparound. Again, something tells me that doesn't make that behavior go quite the same way in Maker 2, but I'd have to go back into the editor and check because I'm not actually sure. And hitting the P does nothing, so at least I don't think it does. It's probably pretty well quality checked against that. Oh, a little bit late. Shouldn't have taken the extra bounce there. Yeah, I really quite like the spike top sequence. Like I said, I was expecting there would be some kind of twist on this we haven't seen before. And even if it is just a bit of a showpiece, yeah, no, we can't take the second bounce there. I don't know why I kept thinking I could. Want to do an additional amount, so it has to be a short one, at most. But we want to get on top of the last spring as soon as possible, so we can eliminate uncertainty. Yeah, just get directly on top of this one and go. And these will just rise slowly. And then, oh, look at a circular motion here. I need to account for this correctly, especially as things become slowly a bit deadlier. And this is how you get around entity limits, as usual. And just a bit of a reaction check at the end after enjoying that sequence. Then we just fall in here, I'm sure. Yeah, once again, an interaction that I don't believe works in Maker 2 just because of the objects retaining momentum from the enemy eye underneath. Oops. Went a little bit early on that one, but should be fairly simple to get back there. I mean, this is the kind of level which is much more about just mostly sitting back and watching the neat setups in action. Yeah, I really need to get out along the edge there. So, plenty of mileage you can get out of it still just by going with the entity limit. Okay, I wasn't quite sure what was going on there with the double arrow, whether there was going to be a landing point or if we catch the same spring. I did kind of get the feeling the flag was coming in that sequence, but there's a little bit of uncertainty as we pass through that. I guess that's why so much is done with stumps in Maker 2. Because stump setups do still have that kind of enemy-to-enemy contact rather than object-to-enemy. Unless I'm misremembering something with how equivalent setups might work. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot about the stacking. It feels more flexible in Maker 1. And again, you know, there's, I'm sure, going to be a lot that we miss about Maker 2 when it is eventually time for Maker 3. And we don't know what it is yet, but I'm sure it will be something. Let's not die to that. And thank you for the GGs once again. I made this level. Yeah, I guess you did. Well, we see lots of note blocks here with a track overlaid. I'm sure there's going to be something spawning, perhaps, unless it's just... Or maybe some kind of displacement, like a thwomp displacement. If you see that there is 2 block spacing under that. Could be thwomp displacement, could be something else. We'll see. I do see thwomps right away, though, so... Yeah, it looks like it'll be a P-switch activation for this gate, and we'll just see what that's going to be. Okay, we hit the P, and then... Things are gonna thwomp everywhere. Now, speed shouldn't be an issue, right? Like, it should have dropped the gate just fine. Yep, that's fine. Now let's see what lies on the other side. Okay. Ah, interesting. That spring setup is being used this way. Oh, it's survival. Okay. Back for survival. I didn't even look at the P-switch up top as a consideration here. Oh, that is a neat little moment. Yeah, just falling in directly Seems to work best here. We don't want to get crushed like that. That's interesting. I didn't think that would be a crush. I was sort of taken by surprise there. I mean, I knew we would die. I just didn't think that was how that would go. I mean, I don't know if that's misremembering something from Maker 2 or... Okay, so we just dodge in the middle here, reposition accurately for 10 seconds, and then get out. Unfinished business. There we go. Much better. Okay, so... Oh. Okay. Let's get within the mole box here, too, then. Let's make sure we can do it twice. The unstack here is going to drop the muncher and something on top of the muncher, I'm sure. Then, look at that, it's like the wrenches are kind of being fed into the machine here. Just as a visual effect. I mean, it's purely just a visual effect, we're not activating them or something, so... And the bomb will probably kill the bones for the key, right? Yeah, there we go. Then... wrenches come up and we need to dodge, probably. All the way over until that expires. Oh. Oh, totally didn't watch the grinder in that position to the right. What with that Buzzy there, that's jumping on an O block. Looking at the timing there, I wonder how reliable that is. This definitely seemed like, you know, if you decided to go left or something, maybe there's a way to lock yourself there. Whoops. Actually, no, I guess... Well, yeah, no, you would if you destroyed a bomb and you're only way over that spot. So, obviously, we don't try to go left. I guess we could reset back to the checkpoint door. Okay. Let's not lose a simple thing. Nope, once again, same mistake, because the swamp is just kind of completely covered in grinder, except for the right side column, I guess, at that point, so... Very difficult to visualize that when you're first in, because I'm already looking at the next grinder and thinking about how to dodge that. So that's why we've been going the wrong way. When we do, in fact, need to go left first in that segment. Okay. Let's keep going. Pretty close height check over there, but we're okay. Left. I love how the entire purpose of the Buzzy here is to give you this musical synchronization to the swamp's bounce timing. That's his entire purpose. And yeah, as I suspected, this is a swamp displacement. Just to show it off. I mean, it's not like the player needs to do very much there, but... Definitely the feeling that we've gotten from a lot of these levels is that occasionally when Exonym just wants to show you something neat, then the level will just take the time to show you something neat, and that's kind of your reward for playing in its own way. Okay. Sideways swamp, exactly. In the classic style. So we step on top of this stuff and we just gradually unstack, I guess. Oh. The chomp did not follow the rhythm I expected it to because I didn't account for how widely spaced the bones would be at that point. I thought it would come back a bit earlier, and so that totally threw me off. Just need to play it a little bit better reactively to the chomp's position. Alright, let's blow that up and keep going. Okay, we can do that too. I mean, we've got lots of pows coming out from pipes. Whoops, once again, just didn't account for chomp motion. Thought it would swing onto me at that point. We should just stay away from the chomp when we can, I think. And try not to depend too much on playing predictively. Well, anyway, lesson learned. Perhaps. Let's keep going. And we can stay on the end here for a little bit. And, oh. A little close. Okay. I didn't actually read the right side to see what would happen next here. Oh, we can just exit. Okay. That makes sense. And then we just need to stand in between these moles that are staring at us. These Monty Kings. Whoops. Just the simplest thing, and of course we just had to blow it. But that's okay, it just means we get to see it again. And yeah, again, just a case of a level sort of using a little tech demo at the end as your completion reward. Which is pretty neat. I mean, I don't have a good sense of how well known any of this stuff was in 2016, but with the note block swamp movement and all that, but definitely we see the demonstration of that concept here at a very great state of polish. And let's drop this guy. Oh, no, once again, same mistake actually. I keep failing to account for how far off the chomp actually is from the extent of its track at that point, and that's still doing that little gentle swinging motion. It's practically stationary. I was expected to be rebounding a little further. That's okay, nothing a bit more cautious reading can't fix. But yeah, let's just go back and forth. If we stay on top of the bones, we get a little bit more flexibility here. And we'll continue this way and face the Monties once again. No, same thing here. We just didn't build up enough momentum on that jump, actually. I keep thinking that will be perfectly fine. So yeah, we aren't planning properly around the height that we need to gain in that location. And we'll just once again. Blow this up. Okay. This thing is not so good. Anyway, the pattern is reliable. This is the way you spawn into this entire segment, so the player, of course, could afford to be a little more reliable as well. Yeah, the bomb will take care of itself. And again, let's stay to the left a bit more so we can build up dash momentum if needed. Like we do need here, and then just remove everything. Nice finish once again. Yeah, that was a crowning achievement. Although, it isn't the last thing here. We've got a little bit more. Like I said, one YMM. We previously played this one. This was one of the ones that I actually played long before I had even heard of what YMM was, I think. I remember that this was one that was already familiar to me from years ago, prior to 1YMM being a thing. But anyway, we've got some lower clear rates coming, but also these were uploads in 2019, and this one only has 4 clears. Lukewarm Garbage, and then Science Friction after that. Orator with a world record on this one. And yeah, let's take a look at both of these and see if we can get the clears accordingly. We'll see how long it takes. I mean, very few plays. The data in terms of clears probably isn't going to be that informative anyhow, but we'll see it. Point 0.6 is about equivalent to the level that we saw at the end of the previous stream when we had the connection issues, the one that was... Oh, this is actually essentially a troll level. Yeah, there's kind of a huge upload gap between 2016... 2019 here, so perhaps the troll meta has developed quite a bit at this point. Yeah, I know we need to jump on top of that stack in that column. We just need to find a position to do it in first. Okay, and then it is absolutely kind of a troll, just with a little bit of platforming. We actually haven't played a Maker 1 troll in this series up to this point. So this is going to be a bit of an experience in figuring out what that was like in the state of the game. Now, 2019, of course, is after this troll genre already has kind of coalesced into something more like its modern form. Oh yeah, we actually do need to go across and dash quickly, perhaps. Or do we? Because it's kind of a dead end on the other side there, unless we need to activate something on that side. Unless, of course, the swamp is supposed to cut through here with the clouds down below, and that the real exit is down here. Let's just check it. No, it's not. But there is a way to cycle back through there, and you can see stars and flowers on the side here. No, we don't sneak through here. We let the swamp hit, we let it go up, and then we go down, and then we see where the start location is going to be. Oh, whoops. Let's lower this again. And then we go left, but then it doesn't take you any further. by the looks of it. But I wonder if there is some kind of state change that happens from a spawn block. So look at that burner that falls off the track in that location. Yeah, I don't think we can really sneak through here to the other side, but no, we can't. But it does look like if we make it over, that's... well, we'll see. Let's not get caught by that. Yeah, we actually do want the thwomp to cut through the clouds. The reason is because then we'll have it available to ride back up when we do loop to the left. Otherwise, if these clouds are still standing, the thwomp isn't going to be able to come. But it's so far out of position as it is, though, that I think we kind of need to lower it in advance and lower both thwomps. Like, you lower this, then you'll lower the left side and make sure it wouldn't really be within range. Oh, and we also just got the other thwomp totally out of the picture now. And then that's a problem, because we are now just going to get caught by that. However, there's this huge thwomp coming in from the left side, which seems to be telling us something interesting. So why don't we block this off? Left. Look at the thwomp stacking the POWs on the left side. I wonder what that's telling me. There's something going on down below, perhaps, that we should be aware of. Perhaps that's a bit of an information checkpoint that we need to know about. Actually, the lower door. Yeah, that's what it is. You have two doors that are stacked there. We come in through the top door. There is a lower door once the thwomp at the bottom unloads the POWs, and that's what we should be paying attention to. That's what the whole sequence is there to set up. We'll wait for the P-switch to expire first. Then it is still going to shoot things at me, but try to make it over to this door. And then this is going to try to trick me out somehow. I was trying to jump out of that platform, we just missed. I mean, we'll just have to see it, really. So we'll try to find a safe position here. We just stand on this and just dodge the second spiny after that. We're still on a P-switch here. I wonder... okay, once again we just slid off before I could hit the jump. Yeah, we do need to slide that one down. It's a little bit difficult to visualize where along that row it's going to be, but we'll just have to deal with that. Oh, okay, it's underneath that visual indicator that we can see up top. And then the mole is going to accelerate on that side, so we do need to account for the conveyor. Yeah. Visually, it's pretty clearly demarcated where you need to stand if you are trying to remember. Quite a few visual cues to work with, so... I mean, obviously, as a troll level, you do need to work through failure, but once you do, and when you notice the appropriate positions that are in play, it's not too tricky to proceed. We need a little bit more headroom on that jump, obviously. Yeah, like I said, very few clears on very few plays, but that actually doesn't matter at this point, because it's entirely possible that, you know, you just didn't have too many people playing trolls like this at the time or understanding what you could do with them. We had to go back over, I think, and do a bit of dodging. Continue. I doubt it'll be a matter of going back through the door that we had initially, because it would be blocked off by POWs anyway when you enter that zone, so... Oops. Just trying not to slip. I mean, like I said, the background columns do give you a very clear place to stand. So we'll just let this come down and then zip through. Once again, more headroom. And yeah, there's just going to be a bit of back and forth on the semi-solids, or rather on the flimsy lifts that are in fact supported by semi-solids in the background. Yeah, and we just back up. We know that. So, oh, nope. Had to do a bit more adjustment there than what we did. We hesitated a little bit as we were getting crunched on the left side, and so we just need to account for that. While also jumping to the appropriate positions as we see them come. It's not a particularly high execution troll, it's just that we need to be careful. And again, very few plays, very few clears, but then it's easy to imagine that maybe a lot of people just didn't know what to do with this one. So, not really that concerning in any way. Okay. Yeah, it hits the wall over here. The problem is that we got a little bit crunched there. Like the boo wasn't really falling down quickly enough, so maybe there's some latitude for the player to improve the spacing there. By just going quickly and maintaining momentum. And you know, we actually want this guy to drop as soon as we can before we spawn to one on the right, or do we? Yeah, we kind of want the left side stack to drop as early as possible, which means we should actually let it chase us a bit closer, perhaps. But we will see. Yeah, no, just not building up enough momentum there as the left side goes down, so we should stall a little bit. Play risky. See if that improves the positioning any. You know, just let it run a bit close. Yeah, there we go. That's much, much better. Okay, and then it'll spring that side back. Drive it back. And then, oh, I was trying to crouch the helmet there so we could actually damage boost through it. And then you've got a massive pipe stack there. And it looked like there was a series of hard blocks that you could punch through if you did in fact survive with a spiny head. So we'll see what's going on there, whether you can in fact duck under one of the pipes with a spiny head and do it safely. Yeah, so we'll delay spawning the last one. It's much better than rushing it. We'll wrap around this way. So we do need to grab the spiny head accurately. Maybe that's just a trap, though. But it does look like the dry bones stay in position there. And I wonder if it's because we're playing it too slowly, and that there's something else we can interact with that stack beforehand, or if we are just missing something. Yeah, because these guys get repositioned. I think it just stalls over here. Yeah, it might be a conveyor stack or something. Oh. Maybe we need to get ahead of the dry bones and sneak under them as they're being bounced and get ahead slightly, but that still doesn't solve the problem of accurately making contact with the spiny shell, though, so... Oh, whoops. How was I so sluggish there? That was unusual. Huh. Let's try it again. Yeah, let's try to get a second one launch just to make sure we're in a safe position, and then let this guy run close. Yeah, the orange and red platform here is our visual cue. Maybe we go back through the door, who knows? And we a little way through this. Yeah, it looks like we're meant to be baited into busting through that. Doesn't look like making contact with the shell is going to work at all, though. Let's check this side just to see if there's anything that we can work with. Oh! Ah, okay, and we respawn the initial stack that chases you. Okay. Oh, we just need to go back there and map it out. Yeah, it's sort of interesting to see what was done here for Troll Tech with what was available in Maker 1. Again, my technical knowledge in Maker 1 for anything more esoteric is not really that good, so we'll see what else catches us by surprise here. We actually could have stayed on the lower level here, perhaps, and maybe made it across before the bones get loaded in position. Like, if we make it onto the other side and then make it into one of those pipes just by staying low instead of jumping back up. Because I don't think we can actually make safe contact with the shell here. It is just bait. So I think we just need to get onto the left side pipe. But it's hard to tell. We'll go back and try it. Again, definitely a little more execution-centric than you would see in a lot of more recent troll levels in Maker 2. At least in terms of the direction a lot of the community has gone in terms of the balance between execution and knowledge checks. Definitely some very inventive trickery going on all around. Yeah, no, we don't really get an opportunity to sneak under, but it seems like before the dry bones gets locked into position, we actually do momentarily have an opportunity to get into the middle pipes, and so maybe there's something we can enter there. And then when you come back out, perhaps you will have a spiny head to bust through the hard block ceiling on the left, but let's hug this nice and close. Yeah, we'll just stay down. Oh, look at that. That was interesting. Except now we're trapped over here. I was trying to hold down there in case there was... But it seems like it's on conveyors all the way, so we just need a way to keep the spiny shell. I wasn't expecting to get the spiny shell at all, but we actually did make accurate contact with it and then lose it. Which makes me wonder what else we can do as we ride that spring. That was a considerable improvement in what we can accomplish here. We just ride this. How do we manage to make contact previously then? Seemed unusual. But with the massive pipe stack going there, you would think that somewhere there you could slip off the hidden conveyor and make it through, but I'll have to go back and check it until something works. Was it just me, or was there something to the right of the mole stack here, too? No, it's just a spring. Okay, and then at this point we're going to get in trouble. Respawning everything. That's okay, we'll just come back and we'll try to redo it. Same thing as before. Spring bounces back. Ride it out. Not quite like that, but again, I did manage to make contact with the helmet earlier, and I can recreate that somehow. Coming in close does get the dry bones out of a certain position. We can perhaps revisit. I almost feel like this is the kind of level that has to be solvable by looking at the maker mode, but we'll try to play it the pure way. I occasionally forget that's an option just because, you know, I've been playing Maker 2 for so long. It would be nice to solve it internally, of course. Okay, let's just stay behind it this time. Because, oh, there's a sideways pipe that's tucked underneath. I see it now. It's a sideways pipe. We actually just enter that instead. It took me a moment to read that and figure out that was going on. Yeah, because, you know, pipe stacking, we're still kind of getting our head into reading details that way, but there definitely is a pipe that's along the perpendicular there that we should be able to enter from the side, although I don't actually know for sure which way it's facing, but I'm sure that must be the actual solution. That's by far the most plausible thing that has come up in that location. And the one time that we did in fact pick up the helmet and lose it, I think was just lucky. It is meant to be just bait. We go in this way, that's all there is to it. Yeah, troll levels that use pipe stacking, that... Like I said, troll levels that use pipe stacking. That's something that, you know, is still kind of new to us here. With almost no Maker 1 troll experience, but with a fair bit of familiarity with at least some of the underlying mechanics that make this work. Oh, whoops. I was expecting to have a door available then, and obviously the thwomp down below was not quite finished with the unstacking just yet, so... Let's just see that again. Well, we know how things go up to that pipe entry at this point. We might as well just stay here. In we go, and then... Interesting. Oh, that's also interesting. I feel like the star might actually be bait, but... What would we even use that for, then? Probably something we had to kill, perhaps. Yeah, I guess if we came down here with a star, and then the mole would be taken out, and then the spike top would perhaps be either A, rideable, or something that would B, give you a position to play with. Let's, I wonder if this is reloadable. I hope we're not locked. But you never know with trolls. This column here, there's some kind of hidden P-switch. Maybe there's an exit out here. We don't see where this column ends. Oh, pipe stacking. Yeah, pipe stacking. Well, no, this is actually just back out the same pipe as before. Because with a star, then you can come back here and pick up the helmet. That's what it is. But then at this point, we've lost access to the star, so... Yeah, that's what it is. You take the star and then you're reversed. And then using the star, you can pick up the helmet, and then you bust through the left side. I like that we actually get to solve it as a bit of a puzzle, you know. Instead of just completely learning about dying. We actually do get to apply a little bit of mechanical thinking here about what it could possibly be. So we grab a star and we come back. Okay, good. That's fine. Let's maybe get rid of some of this stuff first. Oh, it already dropped off, whatever block that was. Yeah, it's meant to kind of catch you by impulse. And yeah, there's a mole activation box there for sure that we need to probably dodge. A little late on that one. Yeah, we are within the mole box at that point. We just need to go past that. And the later drop does get you within star range, I think, as long as you are on pace to get there. So, let's just go down this way and walk. Okay, and we go, and then same idea. Let's just dodge and dodge. And then, oh, okay, good thing we didn't get crushed by that or something. And we'll just catch the star over here. Then go back for the helmets. That should actually do it. That's okay, it just means we're just supposed to break something else. Maybe there's a spawn block that's happening here. Let's... or a damage boost. Keep checking, welcome. Okay, oh. Let me take a look here to see if there was something that we could potentially damage boost. Yeah, no. You use a spiny helmet to bust this. That's what it is. So there's a bit of back and forth. And we did notice that earlier, so. We'll have to pass. Okay, again, let's not go too quickly. Let's wait over here. It's totally safe. And thank you so much for the follow. Glad you find it a chill stream. We don't rage at this game too much, I don't think. But maybe other regular viewers can corroborate whether that's true. Just come back here, put a star, and make sure we dodge. And then, whoop! Oh, that was dangerous. Getting caught by that track block. Exactly the wrong place. But then we'll bust through here, and then that is a door. See a checkpoint and mushroom check up ahead. Take a point of damage down here, and then I do see something buried under each of these swamps, actually. I see cannons here, for instance. I don't know if I trust the next one here. You see cannons, though. Look at this one-way panel here. I wonder... That looks like a trick. That looks like a trick. Yeah, thought so. Why is the channel point icon a cue from Scrabble? Because I actually do play tournament level Scrabble. I used to stream it. I haven't streamed it in some time, and I should really go back to it. Because, you know, playing Scrabble online with good opponents was much more active during the peak COVID years. When people couldn't meet in in-person clubs and basically had to go offline. Okay, so we go for the right side because the skewer retracts. We know that. Experience now. And yeah, do I know the word kayak with 2 Qs? Yes, I do, but of course you need a blank to play the second Q, so... So I've never actually played it because it's not very often that you're in a situation where you can use that. There's a conveyor stuck under these belts here. I thought that we should check whether those pipes could be entered, but they can't. That's okay, we're just discovering this as we go. Yeah, QOPH, cough, we play that pretty often, actually. Oxyphenbutazone, of course, is a pretty famous 15... but one that's kind of like more like a theoretical play for people to do like a constructed board to try to get the maximum theoretical score. I mean, I guess if you have part of it, I think even butazone by itself isn't valid. I was trying to think about whether you can construct it by having an 8 on a board and adding a 7. So, but maybe if you have letters on the board that go unchallenged or arrayed in a certain way. I mean, there have definitely been efforts to construct game sequences with the maximum possible score, and Oxyphenbutazone is a play that features heavily to stuff like that, because then you can set it up in a way to hit 3 triple word scores at once by laying out a 15 through disconnected tiles. So, what about yeah, and brr, in various configurations. But yeah, the short words that have Q with no U, like, you learn those by heart right away when you start playing in a competitive setting. Because most of the time, you're not going to be hanging on to the Q long enough to have a QU word necessarily. I mean, very often the optimal play is to just dump the Q off for even just a few points. Yeah, look at that. The skewer is actually trapped in that location. I never really looked properly at what was going on with the shellmet over here, to be honest. I guess maybe the pipe spits you out at some point if you are able to go through there. But anyway, we're supposed to go up this column. Whoops. Just totally missed. I pick a chicken. You like Scrabble so much that you wrote your application to keep track of the score. Yeah, so the site that I've been playing on for the last couple of years since it launched is Woogles, which was developed by active tournament players. Maybe you know it already. And that's where we used to stream the game as well. And like I said, I should go back to it, because there is some interest, and there are people who ask me if I should go back to it. It's more that my streaming times nowadays are so inconvenient that not a lot of opponents tend to be on at this hour, so... But yeah, I actually do still play it over the board in real life quite a bit. Much more than I play online, in fact. Because I am well networked enough with tournament players at this point that I actually do find good competition. So, and there's a kind of tension when you play it over the board as well that you don't get online. Like, it's psychologically very, very different. And here we go. I'm sure that people who play other games like chess have that feeling as well, that, you know, the online setting is psychologically just a totally different thing. Mole stacks all over the place. We didn't realize that. I wonder if that means that after we go up a little bit, we should descend. Because I don't see the continuation here just yet, but we'll just need to explore this a little bit until we find it. How many times do I use all 7 letters per game on average? Usually 2. I would say it depends on the state of the board, because sometimes for strategic reasons you actually want to block things up like crazy and make it difficult for either player to get big words in. Especially if you think your opponent knows a lot more 7s and 8s than you do. But I would say that at the competitive level, like, you know, top tournament players will average between 2 and 3. Even sort of very middling tournament players will average between 1 and 2 per game. Some of it depends on the luck of the draws, some of it depends heavily on the board state, like whether it's wide open or it's up this way over the ice. Yeah, that's what it is. Whoops, I missed a door, missed a jump to the door. I don't even know if that's going to be the way, because you see this bumper coming up, which makes me very suspicious about that column. Like we're supposed to hit some kind of block that dunks me under the bumper or something, instead of going through the door. But yeah, you're just a casual Scrabble player. I mean, it seems like you know well enough to, you know, do decently at something like a local club if one exists in your region, because, you know, they really do cater to all levels where yeah, there's a pretty wide spread of skill level I found. In terms of, you know, a lot of people who are not necessarily great players, but who kind of have stuck around for decades for social reasons, even if they're not really actively studying words beyond the basics. And then you have the people who are kind of super, super competitive, who literally know the whole dictionary up to 8 letters, or have at least seen the whole thing once up to 8 letters. I'm kind of in between that. Like, I haven't actually done the whole dictionary exhaustively or anything, but... whoops. Oh, no, we do need to jump to the last one. Let's try to remember this. But yeah, I mean, it's not just about knowing the words, of course. I find that, you know, if you know the words that are useful, then you start getting to play the real game, which is to think about the strategic dimensions of managing the shape of the board and the probability of the tile distribution and all that. I find that to be much more interesting in some ways. Okay, so yeah, you kind of land on top of a panel here, but then... skewer doesn't actually hit all the way, does it? Okay, so it just goes down. It hits all the way after that. But then there are donut blocks that seem really suspicious here, like you're supposed to re-enter the door. And so we should keep that in mind as a possibility, because I feel like this is definitely bait. This thing here. Definitely bait. But it looks like the blue panel is only partially over semi-solid. It seems like the rightmost tiles of that are actually droppable, so we'll see. You play with a few house rules that aren't used in actual tournaments. Yeah, I mean, everybody kind of has to customize around the opponents you actually have, right? You've got to, in some ways, play the game that your opponents want to play. And there's definitely a big gulf in mentality sometimes between different kinds of Scrabble players, especially their attitude towards words and what they think the game should be like. But so yeah, this drops. There doesn't seem to be anything interesting down this column necessarily, but that's just there to catch you out of you. It's the door, I suppose. Yeah, I see. It's the Maker 1 style one-way panel over that door. I can see that now. That's the reason the door entry seems kind of finicky. Is because of the Maker 1 one-way panel interaction, where you have to face a certain direction as you're dropping. That's something that we don't see in Maker 2, so I have to adjust around it. You see, if you come in this, say, left to right, you fall into one-way panel. You go right to left, you can fall into the door. So you just stand here for a moment, not panic, and then wait for the bomb to drop, and then just get out. Seems really suspicious, though. This donut drop here, it just seems way too convenient for getting in and reversing. Way too convenient. So I have to wonder about that, whether there's something that's accessible from this point. Because you do see the bumper come up, and that doesn't seem to give you anything, and like, nothing's going to duck you under. Anyway, let's keep going. We don't even know this column is anything down here. We should actually check. It's nothing. Miss Piggy, welcome. Petke Chicken, for example, we allow either player to swap a blank with its actual letter if they have the letter, yeah. Yeah, I've heard some people do that. There's some interesting variants like that as well. Yeah, I've definitely heard that some people play that way. I haven't, but that's because I'm usually just playing tournament rules. But even tournament players occasionally will, you know, sort of do casual variants just to mess around. Yeah, Miss Piggy, I'm doing well here. And so, for example, there's a variant called Burrito, where the object of the game isn't to win, but to be the first person to play the word burrito. And, you know, even people who are like championship level players like to fool around with stuff like that. In big tournaments, sometimes there's kind of an after-hours room for people who are at the hotel and aren't sick of Scrapple yet after playing like 7 or 8 rounds during the day. And occasionally, what happens with those is just they play fun variant games. Since they all kind of have their board and tiles ready anyhow. Okay, we need to get out of here. And of course, we just need to fight the conveyor a little bit and build up momentum for that jump. Yeah, Miss Piggy, this is a pretty elaborate Maker 1 troll. We've had to kind of remember some Maker 1 mechanics to do it, because I haven't really played Maker 1 trolls before, and so, you know, obviously there are a couple of differences we need to be aware of. Lots of traps that are built around that. Around older techniques like pipe stacking and such things. So, this is actually the first troll level we played in the set, which mostly has been a lot of experimental platforming. We jumped too high, but that's obviously where we are supposed to get off now that we know what the trap is. Just that we need to dodge the burner. But I think we should be able to get out of here soon. Yeah, again, same trap there, but that's okay, we're right after checkpoint, and it seems like there shouldn't be too much left. This was uploaded in 2019 when Maker 2 had already been announced, I think. So it's kind of part of that last generation of troll levels in Maker 1. Same trap again. We just haven't really gotten the hang of leaving that POW yet. So we'll just get out of here this way. Yeah, we just hug the wall like that, and then let's see what's left in terms of anything unusual. Ooh, very interesting. Again, back to what I was saying earlier about Exonym's levels. This has been kind of a common theme in them, that, you know, the later you get into a level, the likelier you are to see something that's basically like a tech demo just as your reward for playing. I remember this P-switch from much earlier, like at the very beginning. Now, do we still want the P-switch to be active going into the next room? I don't know, but... Also, yeah, no, that's not anything. I don't know much about whether flagpole hiding techniques are similar in Maker 2 as well. Now that's an interesting trap. Yeah, it allows you to reverse through the pipe, and I'm sure there's a reason to reverse through it at that point that we should look at. Yeah, I was wondering what the trap would be in that segment, but now we know. That we just kind of clip right through. I wonder how that was set up. I want to look at this in the editor afterwards. because definitely there are a lot of traps here that are related to the wall bounces, where sometimes you clip in... Ah, you see, yeah, no, because sometimes they are on a... They're on different kinds of mole stacks, if you look the way that they're centered, and sometimes they have collision, and sometimes they don't, depending on what the underlying stack is. So you could see, for instance, in the descent over the Buzzy Beetles earlier, that the ones that you could contact were centered on top of rocky wrenches. And the one at the bottom here is actually not on a mole stack at all. It's just locked in a position using another centering trick, probably with something like a buried muncher or one of the other Maker 1 techniques. I don't remember all of them. But yeah, but because the visual difference is so subtle, you have to really pay attention. And also just not fail the basic jumps like I'm doing here. And so that was kind of the trick in the later area where we died as well, I think, that you have to be paying pretty keen attention rather to see whether something is going to make contact. Yeah, see? No mole under this one. No mole, no problem. Anyway, so this is going to be some kind of reversal to this door. And yeah, I see now that we're going to have the boot available, which allows me to do some kind of ride past this point. So let's not get bounced, let's go forward just slightly. And then, oh, I didn't expect the POW to be there. Now that does release the big buzzies in a way that looks like it might make them rideable, but maybe we just need to stand closer there. It's hard to tell because, once again, pipe stacking. Like, I thought about the left side as just dispensing the sideways spring that we can stand on. But because of pipe stacking, we didn't account for the possibility of the POW bouncing us out as well. Anyway, let's let the Thwomp do this little unstacking here, which is really pretty neat. I wonder if there's something that we can stand on this side. We've seen this previously? No, it doesn't look like there's anything. But I wonder if there's something we can interact with going through this door. Maybe not. Maybe we... Oh. But if you have a half tile available over the second POW, I wonder if that can be entered, because you can definitely enter half a pipe in Maker 1, but I don't remember if that just applies to the bottom half or also the top half. I have to go back and see. And again, there probably is some kind of like flag hiding going on somewhere in this level. Hug the right side, good. Stack. Oh, whoops. But having these spike tops seemingly available does seem suspicious. But again, in Maker 1, where the whole layout is just kind of stitched together, it's very hard to tell anything. Because we have the boot, but I wonder what else we can do with it then. Because we obviously want to maybe get on top of the POW over. Okay. Just bounced repeatedly there. Yeah, there's something going on in that room that we just haven't tried out properly yet. Okay, now let's go over here. Oh, whoops, hang on. It's actually kind of a difficult staircase. We didn't have issues with it previously, but not because we were, you know, having an easy time controlling it or anything like that. This has been a very elaborate troll level as well. It's quite lengthy. That's because we've had to execute quite a few of these elements multiple times. There we go. You'd have difficulties doing this staircase? Yeah, so would I, especially in real life. So, until I see otherwise, I think this is a sequence we should be following. We just don't know what to do in the next room yet. Because this... Why don't we just jump? I think that's actually it. I think that is it. You just ditch the boot and you go up the bombs. And I just didn't have good momentum going into the last bounce, but I think it actually is the solution. That looks like the likeliest way to go through it. I already see a landing platform in the top right that we could have approached. So... yeah, that was just kind of staring me in the face all along. It's kind of interesting how that trap is set up. To... whoops. Let's just stand here carefully. Yeah, with the buried mold there, it doesn't make contact with you. Just need to anticipate, and then bounce the mole, and then what happens with this guy? Do we? Yes, we jump out like that. What if we want to jump over here for any reason? Maybe. But yeah, we definitely wanted to do the ride, so we didn't just fall down and lose, I suppose. Oh, right side. Yeah, let's do that again, except this time we'll try to hit the bomb to the right side. Let's keep the second boot too this time. Nope, hang on. That's okay, we didn't die to the crush. We're fine. I suspect we'll potentially want to keep Mole plus Muncher alive, because I guess it doesn't get me quite enough height on the right side, but I was wondering if it might. Okay. Nope. Yeah, no, we don't want to hit it with the boot. The boot just kills it. And so we want to be cautious about this. Whoops. Just missed it completely. That's okay, we're back here, but we have a more or less reliable path to head back. I was a little bit worried about this drop here because the burner positioning is kind of awkward in terms of dropping to the right without colliding. But I think that's resolvable. Let's burn us down. And of course we have to keep our eyes peeled for things like pipe stacks all the time, just in case. Yeah, you just hug right, get the twop down, and then manage carefully with a staircase. And wait. Just control... no, hang on. Not that guy. The next one. But to say control momentum, but then we just had a bit of a mental slip there. And I mean, that's what control levels are all about in some ways, just remaining attentive. And having a good sense of memory in some places, so. Okay, let's let this go down. To be fair, you like how the creator gives you a 1-up every time, so if you're on a run, it doesn't waste lives. Yeah, well, up to a point. I mean, the thing is, I never play Endless or, in this game, 100 Mario Challenge, so I never quite pick up on things like 1-up placement. I probably should have played more 100 Mario Challenge to unlock costumes, but there just isn't enough time left in Maker 1 at this point to do much of that. I do want to spend the remaining weeks of Maker 1 just running as much quality as I can. And this has been a high quality set. This is the only troll level in the set that we've seen. But you can really see how to make it, develop a huge technical repertoire up to this point. Whoops. You always see others get angry about that? Oh, about 1-up placement? Or losing a run? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's so much Mario Maker to play out there. I knew very early on I kind of wanted as high quality and experience as I could manage. And I've gotten that. I mean, streaming on Twitch has also improved it dramatically just because of exposure to people who are really serious about their craft and very inventive in what they do. I don't think I would have lasted nearly as long in Mario Maker in terms of my interest in the game if it weren't for just seeing as many good levels as I do. Okay. Down, and then... Oh, whoops. No, you do want to ride the belt. It's not just a straight drop. Yeah. Yeah, but definitely you do want to raise that Buzzy to that point. As we discovered successfully the first time. Yeah, once again, we just still haven't found a comfortable position to get off the POW. I think we just let it land and we just slip off the side. We don't try to jump it. We have a tiny window of timing to just slip off the POW before the burner comes out and pokes us. We should practice that to just try to find a reliable and clean input to get out of that situation. Yeah, we'll just try to slip off at the bottom. Much better. Much, much easier. We should have looked at it a while ago. Watch out for this wrench, and then... wait for the boot once again. And we'll head on up. Oh, whoops. Veered right just a little bit too early. We do want to get the correct facing direction as we bounce onto bombs to maintain maximum momentum as we go from wall to wall, but that time I was just a tiny bit over-eager on the input, and I came in a bit too early. Oh, let's slip over, and drop, and whoop. Luckily, it does give you a pretty safe landing on the left if you do get bounced. So, back here we go. Then, once again, bounce on the mole, ride this guy down, and let it go on the conveyor this time. This time we get the big boots. Once again, we... Why don't I just kill these? I wonder if I will need them. I feel like that's a bit of a trap. Potentially. It is, because you can't get up here, can you? Or you can drop and then go down below. Okay, that's one way to do it. And then we realized that there's a boot check here or something. Okay, this we saw previously. Interesting that that was blocked off. Now, we've been here before, but we need to know what has changed. What if we come over this way and have a damage boost available going to the left side? I wonder if that continues to be a trap. I think it does. But clearly the helmet is something new. And we should just... Oh, no. Not like that, obviously. Let's try to figure out if we could actually reverse through the level. But we'd have to fight the conveyor in that position. Yeah, we had been there before, we just don't know how the level changes depending on helmet state. Because I'd noticed that location previously, and we just didn't know when that would become relevant. We know how to get up there. It's not too execution heavy, once you know where everything is. Yeah, pretty gigantic level actually. Or maybe we've just been progressing through it slowly. Okay, so... yeah, once again, I think we can just destroy this one. And then we just drop the boot through the one-way panel. Take it through here. Yeah, I wonder what that was relevant to, but we'll take this. I don't know if anyone would have changed about this setup from what we saw previously. So we've been through this cycle before, and I wonder if anything new will present itself. Oh, whoops, nope, we didn't want to do that. Now we're just kind of back in the same state we were much earlier. But we might as well scan around here to see how the helmet check could be potentially relevant. Yeah, I guess there's the boot trap over there. Sideways entry pipe over here, which is just over here, I think. This is where it loops around. Yeah, you got the Mole and Boo as a death trap over there, but I wonder then... where is the helmet relevant? I think if we don't see the helmet's relevance up to that point, it tells me that we should actually reverse through the level with it. This kind of makes sense. Unless we see something that presents itself along this path. So we should look at this and think about, you know, where could a Buzzy helmet possibly be useful? And of course, as we're cycling through here, there might be some kind of spawn block mechanism that's hidden. Big mole column out the left side as well. Yeah, we've not seen how any of this could be relevant, so we'll keep on going. Or it could be something just up the side here or something. The boot up there, actually. I wonder if that's just from a previous segment. I feel like this might be worth researching, but no, just from a previous area. Okay. Let's get back. And so let's say we do this without hitting that block. I wonder if that anything useful to us whatsoever. I mean, I guess it just doesn't block off the Buzzy helmet from spawning a second time if we do need to loop back here. That's the main thing it achieves. So we come up here. There are the conveyors that we need to deal with. This conveyor over here. Doesn't look like that's reversible. Are those bombs stacked on moles? Yeah, these ones are jumpable. We've seen them previously. And this mole on the left we know is a trap. We saw that previously as well. So there's the bounce over here. We just don't know where the helmet becomes relevant. Because if we loop around the helmet once... Yeah, maybe there's some kind of mechanism change that, because you're past checkpoints, you would be kind of guaranteed a loop around here. Once, like a segment like this one. I wonder if there is some kind of hidden pipe stack. Yeah, I'm just looking at this and trying to determine, you know, where would we want to have the helmet to either bump something or take 1 point of damage. I suppose that would potentially give you the opportunity to do something like a spike top ride if you do need to ride things over, but I mean, they just kind of come off the wall there, so... I see the door over there, but I wonder if the helmet is something that you take back to this location, and then you jump on top of the top spike top, and then you jump over the wall. There's a wall over there, but I wonder if that was just a previous part of the level. Let's just take a dive here, actually, just check that. Yeah, I don't remember whether that door up top is something we've seen previously. Yeah, there are a few things with Maker 1 that differ. Especially when it comes to a lot of stacking mechanics, in fact. A lot of stacking and a lot of offsets. Completely different in this game. But I think we just grab the helmet and cycle through as much of this as we can to see what has changed. And maybe there's some kind of flagpole reveal that is state dependent. Okay, let's just ride this out again. And there are quite a few camera changes as well. And yeah, definitely a lot of object stacking works differently in this game. Whoops. The door that I just came from... no, I already kind of checked that reversal earlier. I did check it. On the other hand, you know, you can never trust pipes in this game because Maker 1 has many-to-one pipes and pipes that are not strictly two-way, and pipes where reversing through them takes you to a totally different point of origin. So reversing through pipes is actually pretty much almost always worth checking. But yeah, you were saying something about a door that I just came from. I mean, it could very well be something to do with this pipe here, but not as far as the helmet. I feel like we do want to keep exploring that path. Because we came through here. We've been back and forth through this pipe a few times. We know what's going on with that. I do wonder if I should be killing the Bowl and Muncher that quickly over here. The other thing too is that having destroyed this, one thing we didn't check is going back in this room with a bit of destruction. One thing we also didn't check is whether the extra height from jumping on top of this guy gets me anything. Seemingly not. Oh, whoops. That was a mistake. So yeah, we've gotten as far as the Buzzy helmet. We just don't know... Whoops. Whether there's some kind of state difference when we loop around a level at that point that we need to be aware of. I feel like this house stack might disguise something. We don't have a good way of unstacking it that I know of currently. And there's too much going on after that point to be a flagpole location. Yeah, again, here, this location... Maybe there's something going on, but... All these coins here to the left, too, they seem awfully suspicious. We didn't manage to collect any of them, but... Maybe we jump through that initially. Because these coins to the left do look suspicious, don't they? Yeah, we considered the pipe re-entry down below. It didn't seem to be it. Saying they do? Oh, sorry. That was looking at chat death. I was trying to process what you were responding to. Hang on. If you do jump in there... Oh, you mean the coins look suspicious? Yeah. Well, I mean, you never know troll levels where something will actually kind of break in your favor or anything like that. But, you know, the biggest question right now is that we know how to get as far as that Buzzy helmet, and we just don't know what it does for us. I haven't seen anything that it seems like we can interact with the Buzzy helmet. Because, yeah, let's say we hold jump up to this point. I mean, you know, you still cycle through the whole interaction. But I wonder. Yeah, this is definitely troll level. And, like I said, I have, like, virtually no Maker 1 troll experience, so we had to learn a lot as we go. It's not a maker who's typically a troll creator, which was kind of very late in his Maker 1 repertoire. And also his first level after a long absence in that game. Whoops, nope, hang on, let's redo this. Okay, let's drop this. Yeah, Maker 1 trolls, I mean, they had totally different repertoire of techniques, right? So this gives you a helmet. There's a block that's under the helmet. I've been trying not to tap it so we don't block the shell from spawning again if we need it for some reason, but I honestly don't see what a continuation is from this point. We've tried this bit here. Tried the conveyors here. The coins to the left are just a trap from much earlier in the level. Now we know how to get back through the level this way. Left side is a trap. Although I wonder, because now that we can take an additional point of damage, whether going through the left side was actually okay. Yeah, the troll mentality is kind of in a different state at that point, for sure. Yeah, we looked at this door reversal previously, that didn't seem to get me anything. At least I think I made it through. No, we actually did check it previously, I think. We did check this drop as well, as nothing. This platform just cycles around where we're... I wonder though if going here, this is a conveyor, let's be careful with it. Allows you to go down that pipe. No, it's over a conveyor though, so it can't be it. So we're just cycling around at this point to see if anything has changed with the state. This is actually the first time we'll look at it with the potential state change. We're just looping around with the helmet to see if maybe there's some kind of notable difference from something like a spawn block. Not that I can see. I mean, there's this bit on the left here, but again, you know, none of these are suspects for a flagpole location. However, one thing I wanted to check was riding spike tops up. Oh, we didn't get spike tops this time. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, no, there they are. Boom. Wonder if you can ride to the top one and go somewhere. Yeah, look at that. Oh no, that's actually just where the Buzzy location was previously. So that's nothing. With how the level is laid out together. And yeah, I know I could potentially just look to make the fun spoil it, but I don't want to spoil the fun. Let's try to do it properly. I feel like if we take a boot back here that we can stomp through these POWs and that might potentially reveal something. But it's not close enough to the end of the level for that to be the flagpole. But it might reveal something like a door. You know, if we're able to reverse through this with the boots. Or do something else to activate these. Definitely looks stompable. Like these POWs all look very, very suspicious, unless it's just there to disguise the skewer using the overlap. Skewer retracts all the way over here. Yeah, I definitely don't see the continuation at this point, though. I'm just scanning around, trying to see, you know, what we might have missed with the Fuzzy helmet specifically. Maybe you have to take damage down here to, or maybe keep boot. I'm just trying to think about whether it was possible to keep the boot, the small boot. Whoops, no, I keep thinking it'll jump because the arrows there kind of fake you into it after preparing you for that kind of jump off of Falling Buzzy the entire way in so many different locations. So psychologically we still get tricked by that even though I've seen it so many times. I'm just kind of looking everywhere to see. What have we not looked at yet? You know, it looks like it might be possible to go up over the top left, but then we're kind of at the top of the screen here already, and so I wonder if it's possible to go over the ceiling here. We can't see, that's the thing. And I don't know how high I am against the ceiling, whether we're already scrolling to the top of the screen. But it did seem possible to ride the spike top on the left side up far enough that we could get up here to the top left of this segment. I wonder if that's a possibility. It's a pretty sizable loop to get to that part of the level, but nope, same trap once again. We need to stop getting tricked by that. Anyway, let's keep going. There's a muncher that was just kind of in the middle of nowhere too in the previous room. on the right side, seemingly inaccessible. Kind of wonder if that's something to stomp on for a flag or something. I'm definitely looking at the camera scroll to consider possible candidate flag locations. Yeah, this monster here, that's just middle of nowhere. On the right. So yeah, this top left bit, that's a candidate perhaps. We'll just send you down to right side here though. I wonder if that would be anything. Got hole and we'll see. Yeah, look at that muncher to the left there. Looks awfully suspicious. And again, too far from the end of the level to be something like a flagpole location or anything, and it doesn't look like it could be disguising a door or anything similar. So we just need to keep looping around to Fuzzy Shell until we see something that we can do with it. Yeah, that obstacle there is from much earlier in the level. So we have this. You know, look at this pipe. Right here. Look at how this hard block is breakable. I wonder if we release a bomb into this location and we drop it here, we blow it up, and then the pipe spits out something that would allow me to enter, or it might just be enterable. Like this looks very curious, this pipe right here. Because what if we clip a particular bomb and drop it in here? What if we used the helmet to... Oh, okay, I was hoping to collide and bump something. I mean, you'd have to dislodge a flying bomb. And you got so many moles sort of unstacking that I wonder who could positionally even be a candidate for that. But this looks much too suspicious. And this one right here, what purpose would that serve otherwise? And a helmet. But if you're not jumping with the boot, if you're not jumping with the boot, then you would just... Something tells me that one thing you could do with the helmet is that if you have a bomb flying low, you know, if you get a bomb flying to the left, for instance, with just a standard jump on something or some other unstacking mechanism, then this is a location where you can use the helmet to bump a bomb up here and get within demolition range of these blocks. That seems like the most promising possibility we should inspect, is how to get a bomb in that position, if we can. That currently looks like the most suspicious thing, because we see no other purpose for that pipe, unless it's just, I don't know, mysteriously decorative or something, but it's just such a weird little spot there that's close to where we pick up the helmet and might be thinking about it. I can't even track at this point if I'm in the main world or subworld, but... Oh, whoops. Yeah, we definitely need to think about how to move a bomb there if we can. But everything has... Well, everything is winged bomb on moles at this point, and I wonder what we could kick into that position. That would even be valid. Anyway, we'll try to make something happen. It's just a long, long way back to the helmet to even try anything, so... yeah, almost forgot. I did that a little bit too late to really get a decent chance at what we were trying to do. And Miss Vicky, you're saying, oh, like you see a possibility. Oh, whoops. Unless you're just imitating what Mario's death sound is here. But yeah, I mean, I definitely see a promising location at this point. We just need to figure out how to set it up. You do see, and you think I'll figure it out. Yeah, okay. Yeah, thanks for not spoiling, actually. But, we'll try to get to that possibility soon. Like, this pit to the left side here, that looks suspicious as well. Look at how the bomb walks over. I feel like that's something that you might have just noticed on the last run here. Because when you unstack the bomb from the wall, it walks to the left. And previously we didn't have to care about that because we never used the bomb a second time. And I feel like that's what we're going to use to walk something into a position where we then use the shelmet to bump the bomb into where we need to detonate it. Yeah, because up till that point we weren't paying enough attention to what actually happens to the bombs when we unstack them, because we just never needed to deal with them that way. And so, yeah, now we know what the target is. It looks like it's definitely, you know, we... Stop this guy. Stop this guy. And of course we needed the helmet to activate him, which we lost. But... too bad. Yeah, no, it was a purely observational thing, right? Because it's so easy to just kind of get lost in the part of the setup that you're interacting with and not think about consequences. Yeah, we're braining something, that's for sure. I think Mario's the one that's getting brained. Looking at this. But I think as soon as I noticed that pipe, things started coming together in terms of what I needed to notice, because, you know, our minds started going towards the problem of thinking about how to move a bomb, and the natural thing to do from that point, I think, is just to pay attention to how to unstack in the first place, which we just didn't care about nearly as much as we should have. But yeah, that little bomb walk-off there, that's a satisfying solution, actually. It's been fun to, you know, not just treat this as a troll level, but also treat this as a puzzle to work through with some pretty unique mechanics. It's kind of in a mildly trollish format, but I feel like the actual puzzle-solving element has been very satisfying throughout. And, you know, this level gives you so much practice in jumping off the bombs as well, that give you opportunities to notice that. It is very puzzly, yeah. I mean, there are a couple of other levels that we've seen from... this is by Exonym previously, that were very much outright puzzly in some ways, as well as lots of platformers, particularly today, that just had really interesting tricks that the levels were just dying to show off. Like I said, many of these levels just kind of ended with a little tech demo just for the sake of having a tech demo. Okay. Yeah, so we unstack like this, not using the boot. And previously we wouldn't have noticed the walk-off because on our first passage through here, we would have used a boot just to get the jumps down. That gives you just enough information on future passes. Let's get up here so it doesn't like spawn something that blocks us. Interesting. Flagpole right there. Maybe not the cleanest exit, but we did make it. Well, that was very, very satisfying. The last trick just took us so long, but you had to do a lot of observation in separate parts of the level, and that just something we needed to play around, while losing lots of attempts to, you know, the usual psychological trolling. Yeah, thank you for the GGs. So we were clear number 5 on this one since 2019, and I'm glad we saw it, because we might even have been the only people to ever record this one. Yeah, actually, no, Exonym is in Maker 2. He hasn't been active in some time, but he was part of 4YMM. And might have been involved in some other capacities as well in some of the other projects since, but he hasn't uploaded in a very long time, from what I recall. But yeah, this was a level that was made, or at least uploaded after about a 3-year gap almost. 2.5-year gap. And even the ones before that were very technically refined and doing some crazy things within year 1 of the game that I think a lot of people hadn't seen until that point. So, let's finish this off with Science Friction, record by Orator. About a 5-minute record by Orator, but again, not very many clears, so we'll see how this goes. We'll probably only have time to finish Exonym's listed. We won't have time for a second maker. But pretty interesting setup here, actually, with the plant moving this way. Again, I kind of remember this as being a very late discovery in Maker 1. Like, a lot of these blaster displacements. Because when I was getting back into Maker 1 in its final months, this kind of stuff was all over the place, and I think it was very heavily explored at the time. But of course I never played this one specifically, I don't think. Keen eyes will have noticed that when I was loading this level, I did have sort of an uncleared flag on it, but that's actually because I accidentally loaded this while setting up for a stream, and just exited out of it. So I haven't actually played it yet, but it was kind of tagged as played and then cleared. Just because I sort of mistakenly clicked on it. Yeah, I can see why there would be a long record on this if there's a lot of mechanisms where you are dependent on the mechanic's own internal timing, like with this conveyor belt here. So yeah, so the entire trick that's going on here is that the piranha with that contact with note block is being frozen from jumping. And, or rather, like the winged pattern is sort of being frozen in a... it's not the jumping in direction, it's more that the entire winged pattern is kind of being frozen in this purely horizontal movement that you normally don't see with things on wings. So kind of a totally unique mechanic here. Anyway. Oops, yeah, once again we have to kind of anticipate the conveyor belt. It's the same thing we failed to do last time. Yeah, this will be a nice one to finish on today, actually, when we do eventually get through it. Just unique Maker 1 exclusive platforming. Yeah, I remember this kind of Blaster plus Yoshi plus Note Block setup for a whole bunch of things in very late Maker 1, because it was one of the things that I kind of picked up on with Maker 1 as being, you know, a sign that research in the game was proceeding very actively all the way up until the launch of Maker 2. And this was one of the things that I was specifically aware of, not necessarily, you know, this specific setup with the Piranha Plant, but that a lot of this Blaster collision jank was kind of being exploited and attended to, but anyway, let's get back through here. And let's watch out for that conveyor belt right as we go over that coin. And again, we kind of have to catch up to its increase in speed here and just compensate as we go down from spike top to spike top. No, way too early, way too early. Don't want to be doing it that way. Just ride it out. Well, with a bit of an additional bounce early. Love a little cat paw effect too to set this up. That's a nice touch. Whoops. Yeah, again, we just have to estimate the correct timing as we go. Sometimes just need to count bounces here. Yeah, do need to pay attention to the speed manipulation over here, and just coin indications, I suppose. Some shorter bounces over here get you out safely. Now we see another conveyor series over here. Yeah, I knew that we had to account for a little bit of acceleration over there. I just kind of overshot because I knew something was going to happen with that. That would mean I have to kind of go point to point, but I think we did sort of have to see it firsthand to line things up properly. And that'll be this story of this whole level, I think, just, you know, managing to get our landings and jump heights right in places. And over we go. Yeah, and then here we just try to keep some of the bounces low just so we make it across cleanly. And then we can continue in this location. Yeah, additional short bounce there would have been helpful. And then I'm going to have the Thwomp just destroying everything on that side. And I think we actually want to activate the Thwomp early and drop it before the plant gets anywhere near. That should be the way. Feels like this is the kind of thing that Nintendo would be aggressive about in Maker 2. As far as equivalent discoveries are concerned. I mean, they did also do some glitch deletions in 1 as far as I know, but didn't feel nearly as oppressive. particularly because at least nobody would mess with your local data. It wasn't gonna, you know, glitch-related removal. I often feel like a lot of the accommodation that has to be made for either 100 Mario or Endless and 2 are kind of detrimental sometimes. I mean, you know, that's always going to be there as some kind of discoverability mode. And for a lot of people, that's kind of the entire game if they're not in communication with the community, but definitely there are a lot of decisions about content that are kind of principally made with Endless in mind that just wind up being a problem. I was trying to get the swamp down earlier. Oh, actually, this is just a wall there at that point. So I actually just want to lower the swamp and spin on it because the lance, I think, ceases to be relevant at that point. I didn't know that it was just a wall after the swamp. I thought we were supposed to keep going after dropping it, so we kind of misunderstood that. Oh, nope. That's okay, we'll just get back there steadily and see if we can sort that out. Yeah, it's been really interesting to see some of this kind of late life and often underplayed content in the final months of Maker 1. At that point, you know the remaining makers are the ones who are really committed. Same with Maker 2 at this point. I mean, you know, if you're active in the game, probably like something about it. Okay, so the plant does continue. But it's pretty well aligned. I think we actually need to stay on the thwomp a little bit longer, and then the thwomp should give us enough of a spin to get on top of the plant on the other side. And then that gets us over to the pipe after that. I see it. Whoops. Anyway, let's keep going. Yeah, again, useful to just maybe count and remember bounces. Eventually we'll have a reliable method. But for now, we just need to be attentive. Nope, stood there just a little bit too long. I always thought I could have maybe one additional bounce that we could sneak in there, but nope. When it gets on the conveyor, it's too late. And we just need to watch the spacing accurately. In fact, there's a bit of a rough correlation between how many short bounces you need and how many tiles you're covering, if you look at the speed carefully. So sometimes we can predict. Of course, that's when we're going over spikes, not over conveyor speed, where some things are going to differ. But yeah, here we just stay on the piranha and we're okay. We just need to get back on a thwomp from this point on. And then bounce like that. Pretty readable once you see it, and there's checkpoint 1. Anyway, we're under a little bit of time pressure to get on the infinitely rolling spinies here, which is kind of an interesting setup in its own right. That, yeah, everything just stays in the state that it was in when it was first launched from the blaster. I remember some kind of, you know, Mantra hyperspeed stuff kind of working this way as well. Yeah, this kind of reinforces what the interaction was with the first part as well, is that the movement upon being launched gets retained. Oh, yeah, we need to jump on ahead. Oddly enough, we read that accurately the first time, and not since. This note block and Yoshi setup. I sort of remember this being something that was tested early in Maker 2 as well, among people who wanted to see if it was kept. No, we can't actually make a V-switch ourselves. Let's... yeah, we need to let the spiny pass underneath. We jump towards it, lower the thwomp, and then jump back towards the thwomp, I think. And because, of course, the boos do let them pass. And then just going to be a little bit back and forth here. It was a little bit of a lunge to get back on top of the one that goes up the track first, but we did it successfully the first time we tried it, so... Oh, let's not go so late. Feels like if this mechanic had returned, it would have been a natural fit for some of the Sonic-style mechanics that we saw from certain makers in the second game. Whoops. Let's give ourselves a little bit more room there to go up. But of course we have spike balls in that game, we just don't have much of a reason to use this spiny setup, even if we did have it. But it's kind of interesting how this was sort of anticipating the introduction of spike balls in some ways. Yeah, and then you change layers, and look at that. That's really nice as a bit of an unstacking to push you forward. This has been one of the most interesting levels in the set. And there's been some stiff competition for that. Whoops. Let's not just slip off like that. Yeah, and there's going to be some burner movement on the tracks that's going to displace some of the thwomps as well, and it's going to be very difficult to predict what's going on just by reading the level and bouncing at the same time. We just have to see the level do its job and react accordingly. Yeah, because when you've got a lot of moving parts like that... I love how this spiny is very conveniently placed to be right on top of the thwomp as you follow it over the column as well. That's really quite nice. Because basically you think you're aiming for the thwomp as it's dropping, but what's actually happening is that you're aiming for the spiny in the appropriate location. Oh. I think I was supposed to get on top of that burner. I was supposed to get on top of the platforms and go around. But so we'll do that. Yeah, no, I just kind of reacted late there that time. Had a bit of a brain fart there as we were just about to get to the relevant crossing. Oh, whoops. Anyway, let's just get back on track. Yeah, there's quite a lot going on under the hood there. You can see that muncher that was kind of loaded into the bottom track. Yeah, which is going to do some of the pushing, like getting this up the ramp and it drops out. Kind of like that with the burner setups in the part after this one, that a lot going on under the hood, just make everything feel natural. Hitting you with a couple of surprises as you just, try to prioritize staying on the ball and trusting that the level will mostly do the rest for you as you find the right timing to come over. And just get on top of the burner this way, and then surprisingly readable blind. It's just that we didn't expect this spiny to be that far ahead on the burner upon landing. But in terms of some of the back and forth movement between the spinies and the thwomps, I was actually kind of impressed by how intuitive that felt. Of course, whether we do nearly as well on a second attempt is still up in the air. But the fact that some of the movement was that guessable and that you sort of had just enough of an opportunity to read what was going on, even if you can't really pay full attention to things like the track movements underneath, it's definitely a sign that things were very meticulously spaced. Yeah, there are a lot of subtleties to the level design here that I do find very, very impressive. In terms of some of the planning and forethought. Even though with a level like this, it constrains the possible safe places that the player can go at any given point, so, the movements will be predictable and easy to design around, but at the same time, just seeing it in action makes everything look pretty elegant. Okay, and then you're right on the edge here. Look at that. Beautiful momentum matching over there. A very exact speed calculation. Yeah, this chomp setup is the one I was thinking of as being the one that was just all over the place in late Maker 1. And oddly enough, I think in this Maker 1 series that I've been doing over the past few weeks, this is the first time I've seen it. But I remember this being the hot new thing in the final weeks. In fact, I was watching enough Orator at the time when I was kind of heavily getting back into Maker 1 that I wonder if I've seen this one on stream, to be honest. 5 years ago. It's entirely possible I might have, because I was definitely learning about stuff like this by seeing people like Aura play it. Yeah, as you can see, there's that door at the end here that looks like there's going to be some kind of, E-switch reversals through here, perhaps? Entirely possible. Looks like it is a place that we might potentially loop around with a change in P state. No, we need to kick this. And yeah, the chomp goes back down, so I'm pretty sure that you kick the shell, there's going to be a P-switch activation that's timed near the end, then you just kind of slowly ride the chomp back down to reverse back through here. Yeah, you can see the P-switch in the bottom right, in fact, it's exactly what it is. Gives you enough information to work with, it's just that it's very difficult to pay attention to all of it, of course, if you're jumping through here the first time. But it's very clear that's what's going to happen. It's a shell kick. We want to do relatively quickly. Whoops. I mean, we want to get on top of the Koopa first, of course. And really kick that thing out of here. Knock it out of the shell. And then maybe I haven't seen this specific idea though, and that's you'll notice that the chomp is sort of infinitely in its being shot out of the blaster state, but then the kind of interesting elaboration of that mechanic here is the way, oh no, not a spin, that is being pushed up and down the wall, or rather pushed up the wall and then being allowed to fall very slowly. And that's a very interesting variation on this idea. Because, like I said, the jump mechanic was all over the place, but I don't remember this aspect of it. That because it would remain alive upon the wall collision, that it serves as a lift on the way up and down. Okay. And then we ride down. At this point, look at how well disguised the chain on a chomp is too. Oops, I thought I could just fall in. I just missed. But yeah, very unique platforming experience so far. And of course the chump just gets locked in the corner there from that point. Yeah, this kind of gentle descent on it, that's something I do remember seeing with this mechanic, for sure. And then, because the reason it's not descending right now, of course, is that it's locked above ground. Oh, I feel like I needed to erase it. Yeah, I kind of need to go quickly to catch up to the chomp. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on here. Some tight margins here that we need to play around, but then we'll get it. Need to be careful not to hit the blades as we descend. And yeah, we know the chomp is going to stay in place in the corner, so we have plenty of time to work with, as long as we don't just die to letting the P-switch expire or something. Now let's... Whoop, no, a little bit tight there. Should have gone one jump early. I was kind of counting hops there to see if we had enough room. Yeah, I remember this being kind of tested very early on in Maker 2 as well, and crushing disappointment from seeing that it could not be replicated. Because it was one of those mechanics that was, of course, just because of how late it was really played with, very fresh in my mind at the time. I'm very glad we managed to feature this, like such a fun and elaborate platforming level that is designed around this concept. Very hard to imagine it expressed any better, just with the amount of variety was seen to the various setups all over the place. Whoops, nope, accidental. And this was with both this and the control level that preceded it being the only uploads from Exonym, apparently after a 3-year absence as well. Okay. Yeah, we've got time basically. We're not under time pressure due to the chomp remaining in position for as long as we need it. Spins feel a little more comfortably positioned this time than we felt the last time we were in that area. Okay, let's try to be quick about it. Don't know quite how much flexibility we have, but here we go. There we go. And I didn't know how much height we needed there, but I had to assume We didn't have that much flexibility. And there's the goal. Very nice. Yeah, I'm glad that we finally got to show off this mechanic. It was somewhere way at the back of my mind as something that I hoped we would see over the course of retreading Maker 1. And I hadn't played this one before, but it's really just kind of taking that mechanic to the limit in so many different ways. So, very happy with that. Mice run fast rating with a party of 4 just as we're about to wrap up the stream. Thank you regardless. Mice run fast. I hope you're enjoying all the new content in Cult of the Lamb. I understand that it recently received a huge patch. I kind of played it through before the most recent patch when it was on its free week on Nintendo Switch Online back in October, I think, just before Halloween. And yeah, I heard that there was some kind of massive content dump coming that has since arrived, so I really hope that the cult has been growing and that you've been making the best of the flesh sacrifices along the way. Anyway, yeah, we just saw an amazing level. This was very, very good. It was using that blaster glitch mechanic that was really popular in the last few weeks of Maker 1, which we finally got to see again after having been away from it for 5 years or so. And yeah, that was a big finish. We pretty much got full clear on Exonym, apart from losing the clear flag on Searing Riptide because of the disconnection that we had last time, but this was a very, very interesting set. It kind of came in clusters too, where you sort of had a cluster of levels that was all tons and tons of track stacking with, you know, firebar stacks everywhere and all that. And then today we saw a lot of other sort of stacking offset setups right from the beginning, using a lot of that logic in Maker 1 with the ways that powers and springs would sit on top of moving enemies and other things that we can't quite create accurately anymore. Some really interesting technical demos at the end of some of the boot levels that we saw along the way, and of course, really our first troll level of this set with Lukewarm Garbage, which we were very happy to get clear number 5 on in the 5 years that it's been up, possibly even the first recording. And this was just an amazing finish. Very, very happy with this. And of course, like, it's so sparsely played too. 130 footprints. Because again, this was late Maker 1 in its final 3 months, and it was kind of down to a core community at that point, even among makers who were otherwise very widely played. I feel like this level is definitely one that needs a lot more exposure, and you know, this concept in general with the blaster setup is the one that I hope people get a chance to see and experience firsthand if they still have the Wii U's plugged in, and this is just a very powerful demonstration of what can be done with it. So anyway, I'm kind of prolonging these remarks so we actually have a chance to, you know, keep the stream running for a few minutes while Mice Run Fast settles into the raid, and we'll have to forward you folks who came in off to somewhere else very quickly. But thank you, Mice. Thank you, Deadlocked, for coming in. Deadlocked Fox for coming in as well. And yeah, we are going to say farewell to this set, though, and I'm not exactly sure when the next stream will be. We'll probably run Maker 1 at least once more, possibly twice this week, depending, because my schedule's been a little bit odd and erratic. So we have lots and lots of other makers lined up in this continuing Maker 1 series. We're also taking recommendations for sure, so get in touch with me here or over the Discord if you have Maker 1 content that you really want me to see. We've got some suggestions lined up, of course, as well as some makers that I really, really want to explore thoroughly because we've loved their creations in the past. And we'll have more to announce day to day as we decide who is going to be next in the series. So Mario Maker 1 All-Stars will be back. And for now, that's going to be all. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for experiencing today's amazing set of levels alongside me over here. I mean, they've been amazing every session, actually. Like, we've just had the time of our lives here with Maker 1 in his final weeks. And have a wonderful time with whatever else you may be playing or watching or making or just enjoying in whichever way. We'll send you on to a raid in just a moment, and as usual, have a great day or week or whatever unit of time you prefer, and above all, fare thee well.